Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We are live on both live stream and YouTube. And currently, we're getting closing in on Spaced Out Radio. So, welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for flying with us. On our final approach, please make sure your seat bags and trays are in their upright and locked positions, and any carry-on bags are stored on the floor beneath you. We should be on the ground shortly.
This is your captain speaking. Dead Darwins, we are making our final approach. Make sure together your wife, husband, spouse, friends and family, and zombies. And head over to www.livestream.com/Zombiepalooza Radio to listen to Jackie and I every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for 5 hours of zombie fun. And like always, thank you for flying Zombiepalooza Radio.
Welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Tonight we have a really special lineup. We're going to be talking all about horror and how individuals create within the genre. To get us rolling on our first hour, we had J.G. Faherty, author of Carnival of Fears. In our second hour, we bring you Thomas Drago, author of Queensboro. In our third hour, it's Jeff Letourneau, author of Soul Hostage. Fourth hour, we're going to talk with Tony Saracchi, author of Harry Strange and the Stones of Solomon. Rounding out our fifth and final hour for show, we're going to be talking with Charles G. Morgan. He's the author of The Hangman's Lullaby and Other Horrors Special Edition. Hang out with Zombiepalooza Radio. You're going to be on a 5-hour ride. Zombiepalooza Radio. It's infectious. The views expressed and opinions given by the individual host and their guest do not necessarily reflect those of CPR Productions, its affiliates, or sponsors. All right, we are gearing up to give you like I said, a 5-hour lineup that is absolutely infectious. We're going to do a couple of things to clean house first because it's been a little bit since we've been on. I want to, of course, bring on our head of all things green, Scott Pearson. You hiding? There you are. Hi. Guess what?
What's up?
We're live.
We are live.
Say hi, everybody.
Palooza.
I know, right? We have something that we need to talk about kind of early on in the shift here. We are going to be, and are officially, I think as of tonight at 1 a.m. their time, connected with Spaced Out Radio. What do you think about that?
That's going to be intense. I love it.
Do you know that I get to get connected back up with my old producer from that older station?
Shout out to Derek White Skycloud.
Yeah, buddy. I cannot wait to see what kind of things we can get ourselves into. And we, of course, better say who the owner of the station is. He might not like it if we don't. That would be Dave Scott. And he is the creator of Spaced Out Radio Network. And it's going to be a very, very interesting ride to see where this takes both of us. And I'm really excited about that. But you know something else I'm excited about?
What's that?
We have somebody else that we're going to be adding to our staff. And that's kind of cool.
That's damn cool.
Yeah, I know, right? He happens to write some pretty remarkable poetry. And, he seems to be a pretty cool dude. His name is Randy Rubin, and he's with us now on call. Hi, Randy.
Hi, everybody. How are you this evening? It's good to be on Zombiepalooza Radio.
Doing good, right?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Ready to try this out?
I'm sorry, what?
Ready to try this out for 5 hours? Randy's going to be sitting in the co-host chair.
I am. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I've got some things prepared and some poetry to read for you later on, and I'm ready to go.
I'm excited to hear what you have to offer. All right, so Randy and I were talking earlier on in the week. There was a passing in the horror genre, and I know that Randy wanted to speak a little bit about that. So please go ahead.
I do. This week we lost a horror movie icon. His name is Sir Christopher Lee, and I wrote a little article describing his life and some of his accomplishments. He was the first person ever to be in a horror film to play Frankenstein. He played Dracula in 10 different movies. He was born in England in 1922, and he died at 93 years old. What makes him also an amazing man is the man could speak French, Swedish, Danish, English, German, Italian, Russian, Chinese, Spanish, and Greek. This man was amazing. He worked during World War II. He had joined the Royal Air Force and worked as an intel officer. And he also worked as an SAS, or Special Forces, for the British. And he basically stopped all the Nazi movements of tanks or train cars or ammunition, or he was just an amazing man, and he was decorated. And another thing I found kind of interesting, In his later movie roles, he played Saruman in the Lord of the Rings movies, and he also played Count Dooku in the Star Wars movies. He played Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Fu Manchu. He played several different monsters. He played the Mummy, as I said, Frankenstein's monster. And then when he became, when he was in his 80s, he put out a couple of heavy metal albums. So he was a big heavy metal aficionado. Two of his favorite groups were heavy metal groups called Rhapsody and Man of War.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, in real life, a master swordsman, and he had more on-screen sword fights than any other actor. And these are just some of the amazing things that Sir Christopher Lee did in his 65-year career. And I thought that was pretty amazing. But we lost him this week. It seemed like the last 2 weeks we've lost a couple of Lees. Last week we lost Tanith Lee. And Tanith Lee was a female horror writer and science fiction and fantasy writer. And we lost her last week, and then we lost Christopher Lee this week. And that's my latest and greatest on what happened this week in the horror genre.
Thank you very much for that. Scott, what's going on in your neck of the woods?
Well, I just got some good news today that the same people that are involved in Night of the Living Dead Rebirth are also promoting their release, their DVD release of another movie that they made called Chill: The Killing Games. And I'll toss a link to it up on the Zombiepalooza Dead Again wall. But I just bought my copy of it today. I finally get to see it. I'm so looking forward to that. I've been waiting a while. Actually, this one was, I believe, directed by Noel By, as opposed to Roger Connors. But Roger was involved in it, and Noel directed it, and it's everything I've heard, it's supposed to be fantastic. Plus, I get all the extra features on the DVD.
I know, right?
Jackie here tonight, and she says I'm going to get to see stuff she didn't get to see.
So. Yeah. So in what I saw of it, and when it premiered in Cleveland, was pretty good. Well, of course, I had my face in my husband's armpit for a good part of it because it is very graphic, and it's well done. There are a number of scenes in there, though, that you're going to be like, wow. And for those who enjoy special effects when it comes to that kind of thing, you are not going to miss out on anything. It's going to be just amazing, no matter what perspective you're coming from. All right. Anything else that is going on before we go ahead and bring our first guest in? We still have a couple of minutes.
Well, a quick tip of the hat to Schultz 63. One Christopher Lee role that I believe was probably his most frightening role of his entire career got left out of that. That of Willy Wonka's dad. Schultz mentioned that he worked with Tim Burton on the Willy Wonka chocolate factory.
Huh, right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and have our first guest hit that button. Go ahead and JG and click that link, and we'll bring you into call, and we will start with your interview. I know he's been watching, so. And it's pretty easy to get over to Zombiepalooza Radio Live when we're using the Google+. You just have to make sure that we're in your circles and that we have added you as well. And we send over a link, and you click it, and there you are. Well, hello, hello.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too. All right. I want to properly introduce you. Please go ahead and say your last name.
Sure, it's Faraday.
I lost the paper that I wrote that on the other night.
That's okay.
We got 6 kids in this house, so it's not that easy to keep things where they're supposed to be. All right, so we are going to be talking about the horror genre with J.G.
Faraday.
Thank you so much. And but first, I want to introduce you to Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green in our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio.
How are you doing
Hey,
tonight?
Scott. Nice to meet you. Looking good.
Nice to meet you too. Looking forward to this.
And
Great.
we also have in our guest co-host chair, Randy Rubin.
Hi, JG.
Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you, my friend?
Good, good. Good to meet you.
Good. Welcome to the show. Good to meet you, too.
Thanks.
Okay, so you create in the horror genre, and as I go over to grab your information that you have thoughtfully sent over, I'm going to read a little bit of this because it's pretty impressive. J.G. Verity is the Bram Stoker Award winner and Thriller
Nope.
Award.
Nope. Nominee. Can't say winner. I wasn't that lucky.
Wow. Uh-oh. All right, we're going to start that over again. Got me this time. John can go, ho, you stumped her. All right, so J.G. Verity is the Bram Stoker Award and Thriller Award nominated author of 5 novels, including his most recent, The Cure, 7 novellas, and more than 50 short stories. He writes adult and young adult horror, sci-fi, fantasy, and his works range from quiet, dark suspense to over-the-top comic gruesomeness. Follow him at www.twitter.com, JG Verity, and of course his Facebook page. And let's see, you have a www.jg. This is going to be an interesting night tonight. Verity.com, and also have a JG Verity blog on blogspot.com. So talk to me a little bit about why you have decided to create in the horror genre.
I don't think I ever decided to do it. It was just something that was always there. As a young boy, I loved monster movies, everything from Godzilla to Dracula to Frankenstein. I was reading horror before I was reading kids' books, and I was just always into it. And when I started writing, that was just kind of what came out of me. That's where my head went. And as time went on, I've written other stuff like my bio says, science fiction, fantasy, thrillers, but always with a dark twist to them.
It's interesting to see someone that can take the writing genre and go at different levels from it. Every once in a while we'll get someone that is able to span this without any kind of a problem. But then there are some that decide that they only want to stick to one way of creating. And so it's refreshing to have someone that is able to go on different levels. All right, so as you are creating, I'm very interested in finding out how you start on your character development.
You know, it's interesting. I really can't say that there's a set pattern or anything like that that I work with. It's really how the story comes to me. Sometimes I get the characters first. Sometimes I get the plot first and I build the character around him. Usually the way it works for me is I'll start writing the story and I've got a general character description in my head. Like for The Cure, I had a veterinarian that I was going to start with. I knew she was a woman. I knew she was in her 30s. I didn't know anything else about her. And as I started writing, I started getting ideas of what she should look like and how she should act and what her background was. And I keep a little notebook on the side and I jot those notes down for myself. And sometimes I change things. You know, it gives me room to create the story and then create the character as a side thing and then push the two together and blend them.
When you go to create your environment for a new piece, where do you get your inspiration from?
It all ties into the plot. A lot of my stories and novels are based in various parts of New York State because that's where I've lived for all my life. But I've traveled as well, so sometimes something that I've seen, something that I've experienced in, let's say, Florida or Georgia will help me trigger a story. Or you might just come up with a plot that says it could only be in this one place, and then you've just got to research that place to get the feel for it.
Being able to have the distinction of being nominated for Bram Stoker or another prestigious award, what is that like for you? Did you ever think that you would be able to be sitting in that particular kind of position?
It wasn't anything I ever thought about when I started writing. Once I got nominated, it was a great thrill. It was a great honor. I know a lot of the people that have won. I'm part of the Horror Writer Association, the board members, and so I'm at that awards banquet every year, and I see the people that win, and there's been some great names that have won, and there's been some breakout artists that have won. So to be nominated with people like the year that I was nominated with John Mayberry and Nancy Holder, who are both writing idols of mine and good friends. So, there's competition, but it's also the kind of thing where you don't care who wins because you're happy for them.
When you're really good at your craft, where do you go to become better?
There's different places, and I think a lot of it depends on the amount of time and money you can invest in it, and also what you're looking to get out of it and what you need. For me, one of the things I did probably a couple of years after I started writing was I went to a writer's camp called the Borderlands Boot Camp for Writers, and it's run by Thomas Monteleone and his wife, and the instructors are people like David Morrell, Peter Straub, Jack Ketchum, all big-name authors. And it's an intense 4-day program where you just sit there and you've submitted a sample of your writing, and the instructors tear it apart, and then the class tears it apart, and then you write something else, and they evaluate that, and you have to read it in front of everybody, and you really learn a lot in 4 days. Now, for me, that was great, not only because of the people I got to work with, but because it was only 4 days. I can't take off work for longer than that to go to a class. But there are classes, I know of a couple of different ones where you go for 4 weeks, 5 weeks. And if you've got that kind of time and that kind of money, more power to you. It's a great learning experience.
Absolutely. Speaking of learning experiences, as an author, you need to make yourself into an authority about how you write and the way that you write. So, what are some ways that you do this within your works and within your fan base?
An authority on my own writing or an authority on writing in general?
An authority on the genre in which you write.
I think that's something that you can strive for. I don't know a lot of people that could really be considered an authority on, let's say, the horror genre. Parts of the horror genre, sure. As writers, it behooves us to read a lot in our genre, to know the history of the works, but it's so vast that I think unless you're an academic in that area, it's pretty tough. I mean, I've read hundreds and hundreds of books. I've seen hundreds of movies. And when I go to conventions and I talk to people, I feel like I haven't done a third of what I should.
See, and
there's
that's the
no way that I could write and still keep up with all of that.
And that's the kind of response that I was looking for. It is amazing that you are at the level that you are, but that you are still seeking knowledge, and it keeps you very humble and very grounded. Thank you so much for that. All right, so emotional response in the horror genre. it's very much like taking someone on a suspenseful thrill ride. And so what I would like to ask you is, when you're creating a new work, what methods do you use to be able to induce that emotional response?
I guess it depends on the scene. If it's a scene where there's fear or tragedy or love that's involved, you can call upon your own emotions from your memories.
Mhm.
Now, it might not be the same situation. For instance, if my character's being chased by a werewolf, or my character is locked in a haunted house, or my character's got someone's got a knife to their throat, I've never experienced any of that. But I know that there's times in my life I've been afraid, so I can take that and then magnify it and say, oh my God, this would be 10 times worse, so how would I feel if I was 10 times as scared, or 10 times as injured, whatever the emotion might be. And then there's emotions that you haven't felt, so you kind of have to wing it. For instance, I've never had a spouse die, so I don't know what that would be like. I've had relatives die, I've had friends die. Would it be the same? Would it be different? It varies from person to person. You just have to try and make it realistic. The one thing you don't want to do is make it seem like the emotions are portrayed in a movie. They never capture it right because they're trying to do it in 30 seconds.
Talk about The Cure. What was the initial concept, and how did you know that that was the way to go for you?
The idea for the book came to me when I was sitting in the vet's office with my dog. My dog was sick, and she actually had something stuck in her stomach, and she was very unhappy. And you feel bad for the pet because they don't know that they're sick. They don't know that they're going to be better in 2 days. They just know that they don't feel good. And you can't explain anything to them like you could a child or a person. So I thought of the old F. Paul Wilson book, The Touch, which was about a man who could heal illnesses by touching them. And I said, wouldn't it be great if a vet could just touch the animals and cure them, and you wouldn't have to go through all this pain and suffering and everything else? And then I got this thing in my head saying, yeah, that would be cool, but how did she get the power? And I came up with this whole backstory of her as a little girl. When I originally wrote the book, the first 2 chapters were of Leah, the main character, as a young girl and how she got the power. But my readers, my beta readers and some editors that I showed it to, they said, no, it's too long, it's too much of a prologue, jump right into the action and tell that as backstory instead. So I reworked it that way. But for me, that was how it started. So that helps with the characterization, because in my head, I built her from a little girl all the way to an adult. And then I just started the story as an adult.
Very cool. All right, so I'm going to bring on Scott Pearson and have Scott ask his first question. Go ahead, Scott.
Sure.
Well, hey, my first question in there is, in your characters, how do you create your characters? Do you fully, learn all the nuances and everything else of the character before you start writing about them, or do you create them as you go?
I can't barely hear you. You're asking me how I create my characters?
Hang on 1 second, Scott. You're going to need to your microphone, and the way it sounds on air is coming in very, very choppy.
Okay, hang on just a second. I think I know what the problem is.
You're going to need to switch up. While we're waiting for Scott, Randy Rubin, go ahead.
Hi, JJ. I wanted to know, are you a superstitious writer in that, do you have a specific spot that you like to write, or write with a specific type of pen or a specific type of paper? Are you a superstitious writer?
I would say probably a little bit. I don't have a particular place I need to write, other than I usually write at my desk because I don't like working on a laptop. I like working on a PC just because of the keyboard and everything. I don't type well on a laptop. When I get stuck on something, or if I'm traveling, I just bring a notebook and a pen with me, and I write that way. Sometimes just sitting out on the back deck and then transcribe it later. My superstitions really have to do with if I'm working on something, I don't let anyone read it. I don't tell them about it. I keep it a secret until it's finished, and then it goes to my beta readers. And only after that can family and friends see it. And if I get totally, totally writer's blocked, I've got a hat, which I can show you here maybe. A little hat here that I got from the Borderlands Writers Camp as a graduate the first year. And that's got all the instructors' signatures on it, and that's my inspiration cap, and I'll put it on and force myself to just work through whatever problem I've got.
That is very cool. I like that. That's cool.
I do too. Go ahead. Usually when we have co-hosts or other panelists, we have them ask 2 questions in a row, so feel free to go ahead and ask another question.
Okay. JG, I've just started submitting my stories and poetry, and I just went to World Horror Convention in Atlanta. I'm pretty sure, didn't you go to that as well?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I thought I saw you there. Anyway, are there any other conventions do you think that would be beneficial for an East Coast writer to attend? Were you at AnthoCon just recently last weekend?
No, I didn't make it to AnthoCon this year. My work schedule really only lets me do 2 or 3 events a year, so I pick them very carefully. For instance, this year it's World Horror. I'm doing a convention up in Syracuse later in September, and I'm going to try and get to Comic-Con in October. But as far as the ones that are geared towards writers, AnthoCon, Nikon is a great one because there are no fans there. It's just writers and editors for 4 days, and it's very casual. You sit out and have hot dog roasts at night and sing campfire songs and drink some beer, drink some more beer, and you just bond with these people. And not only is it a great way to network, but when writers are sitting around and editors are sitting around, they're always talking about writing and editing and how to get better and tricks and tips and everything else. So if you can ever get up to Nikon, that would be a great one for you.
Okay, thanks. Good advice.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go over to Scott Pearson. Let's see if he's got his ears on.
Yeah, I think you should be able to hear me this time.
Thank you.
Yep, that's a little better.
Oh, okay. Well, the first question I had for you was, how do you create your characters? Do you give them complete almost consciousness before you start writing about them, or do you create them as you go?
I create them, I'm going to say I create their outline when I start working on the story. I'll jot down 5 or 6 sentences about the character. I can show you an example right here. I don't know if you can see it, but this is one that I'm working on for a novella right now. And basically it says, I can give the characters' names. Where is it? Henry Gilman. Tall, has brown hair, works at the plant. Silas Gilman, his father. Lucy Gilman, his mother. And that's the main character for my story. And then as I start writing, I'll decide what job he has at the plant because it'll be whatever fits the plot. If he's being chased by somebody, I'll then decide, does he have a limp? And if he does, is it from an old injury? Or maybe he's just a slow runner because he's chubby. Or maybe he's just uncoordinated, and he's always been uncoordinated, and his friends make fun of him for that. So I've got that character sheet, and as I think of things that work in the story, I'll add them to the character.
Okay, I'm looking at your Goodreads for Carnival of Fear, and I'm wondering, as I'm looking at this synopsis, were you in the book? Which side of the coin would you be on? Would you be the demonic proprietor, or would you be one of the kids trying to survive?
Is that for Carnival of Fear? I'd be one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be one of the kids trying to survive.
This, and I love it.
Yeah, that was my first novel, and as much as I love all my books, you know, your first one's always got a special place in your heart, and I love that book. It was fun to write, and that's the only book I've ever written where the entire book came to me in a dream, and I woke up that morning knowing every single chapter, every character, every plot twist, and it took me 3 weeks to write it, longhand in a notebook, and then another couple of weeks to type it into the computer.
What was your... That's cool. What was your most difficultest piece, whether it be a subsection of a book or the book itself?
That's a good question. I mean, I've got a couple of books that are half written, that have been half written for at least 5 years now, because I've just never been able to get the rest of the story right. My novel, The Burning Time, was like that. I got about a half to 2/3 of the way through it and just couldn't think of that 10,000, 20,000 words I needed to take me to the end. And I put it aside for almost 2 years before I came back to it, and the light bulb hit, and it all came out and worked.
How do you stay motivated?
How do I stay motivated? Sometimes it's hard.
Give me some tidbits inside that wonderful brain of yours. How do you stay motivated?
One of my teachers at the Borderlands boot camp once said, when somebody asked, how do you handle writer's block, he said, you put your ass in the chair and you write. And if you don't like what you wrote that day, you write something different the next day, and you keep doing that till you write something you like. And that's why I've always got 10 or 12 different projects going, because I sit down each day, and if the one I'm working on doesn't hit me, I go to the next one.
All right. So when characters come to you, do you ever have characters come to you and say like a green room type or of thing, or do you have them more or less in a horror hall and they kind of sort of assemble themselves?
Characters in general, or the bad characters?
Characters in general.
I don't know. You know, honestly, it's different with every book. Sometimes the character comes first. Sometimes the book comes first. There's really, in my, I guess the way my brain works, there's no specific pattern. I know some people, when they write, they get an idea and they've got that 2 or 3 line plot in their head, and they sit down with their note cards and they say, okay, character A has to do this, character B has to do that. I don't think that way, so I've never been able to do it.
A musical score in a movie helps to move the storyline along. It gives subtle clues very often to the kinds of things that are going to be happening in the background. How do you go about moving the story along?
I think what you really need to do is you have to have an idea at least of where the story is going from beginning to end. You might not know every event and every sequence of events, but you have to know the front and the back of the story. And then when you come to the end of each chapter, you have to think of it as a mini cliffhanger. It doesn't have to be anything astounding. It could just be, and then Bob knew he would not be sleeping at all that night. And then the next chapter picks up with Bob exhausted in the morning, or someone coming to greet Bob, whatever it might be. there's got to be something. You can't just end a chapter and say, and then Bob went to sleep. There's got to be a little bit of excitement.
Exactly.
And then every few chapters, you've got to have more excitement. And in every group of chapters, more excitement. So there's ups and downs in each chapter, within groups of chapters, and then over the arc of the story itself. So if you find yourself getting bored by what you're writing, your reader's going to also, and then you just scrap it.
We've been talking a lot about the guts of the storyline. The next section that I'd like to take you is the very beginning. How long did it take for you to write those first couple of paragraphs?
In general, or for my first book, or?
Or the clue?
Okay. Well, it probably took 30 seconds. I always know pretty much the first chapter in my head when I sit down to write. That just flows out of me like water. And then as with each successive chapter, it gets a little harder and a little harder. And by the third or fourth chapter, I've got my notebook out and I'm starting to outline because I have to figure out where the story is going to go. So when I start to write, I only know the first chapter and the last chapter.
All right, thank you for that. Whom do you usually use as an editor, or do you have one?
I have beta readers. Right now, I'm in a group of 5 or 6 people, all of whom we know each other. We've known each other for years within the industry, and we decided last year to start this group and really just help each other out. Over a period of 3 years, I think almost every one of us has either been nominated for or won at least one award. So whatever we're doing, it seems to be working. Prior to that, I had some other beta readers. I've never hired an editor to look at my stuff because I've always been one of these people that I use beta readers that I feel are at least as good as me, and in some respects or many respects, better than me, because you want people that push you, you want people that you can learn from.
Thank you for that. Scott Pearson, please ask your next question.
Well, I'm wondering, you said earlier that if something starts getting boring to you, you scrap it. Do you actually delete files, or do you save them to go through later and maybe pull things out that you didn't see before?
If it's a story or a book that I'm working on and I get stuck or bored with it, I do save it. Sometimes I might have as many as 5 or 6 versions of the same story going. If it's just a scene and I can see that it's not going to work, or that it's 2 pages of dialogue that just isn't necessary, then I just completely delete it and toss it. But yeah, if you were to look in my computer, you would see dozens and dozens of uncompleted works. I've got a young adult novel I'm working on, and I'm on version 5 of that right now, because sometimes you go back to version 3 and pull out a scene and move that over to 5.
Okay, and when you're writing, do you ever get into arguments with your characters? Do they ever not want to do what you want them to do?
No, I've never had that happen, because they do whatever I tell them to do. They live, they die, they do everything. And one of the things I love is doing things to and with characters that people aren't going to expect. And this is a big one in Carnival of Fear. I started out with what people would call real stereotypes. The bitchy cheerleader, the guy from the wrong side of the tracks who's actually a nice guy, the gangbanger, the football star who's very arrogant. But as the story went on, you got to see that these people had layers, and there were things within them that were both good and bad. And on more than one occasion, I got very attached to a character, and I said, well, if I like this character a lot, that means my readers probably do as well. So a couple of chapters from now, they're going to die a gruesome death. And they did.
All right, Randy Rubin, you're up next.
Hi, JG. Do you feel that in writing horror, or in any genre really, that just about all the ideas have been taken, and you find yourself writing similar ideas but putting your own twist on your tales?
That's a question I'm going to say yes and no. I don't think all the good ideas or even all the original ideas are taken, but I do think that there are a lot of tropes like vampires, werewolves, things like that that have been overused. Certainly, not to insult the name of the show, but zombies right now are, quite overexposed to the public. Um, as far as taking something and putting my own twist on it, I think every writer does that at some time or another with anything. And a perfect example is The Cure. It's not the only book that's been written about people that can heal by laying hands, but other than that plot line, everything about it is different from the other books that were written like it. I've written about zombies and vampires and werewolves, just like most horror writers have, and you do try and put a different twist on it. If I write a vampire book, I don't want it to be The Stand. I mean, not The Stand. I don't want it to be Salem's Lot. I don't want it to be Dracula. So it's got to be something different. When I wrote years and years ago my first zombie short story, I really didn't want to because A, I was tired of slow, shambling zombies, and B, there were books all over the place about slow, shambling zombies and movies. So I made mine smart and intelligent and fast. And right around the same time, I guess other writers had the same idea because these things go in cycles. So then you saw a lot of fast, violent zombies. And now you see all different kinds of zombies. So you do have to put your own twist on it. But at the same time, if you look at all the horror books that are out there are so many new ideas coming out as well, things that nobody's ever thought of before. And it just makes you say, oh my God, I wish I thought of that. That's so original. And then you sit down at your desk and you say, and here I am working on another vampire story. Well, you know what? I'm scrapping it. I'm going to think of something original now. So, it goes both ways.
Okay, yeah, I tend to agree with you there. And my other question is, do you ever write your stories with celebrities in mind for your characters?
No, that I've never done. Yeah, I know, like you're saying, oh, this guy would look like Brad Pitt or this guy would look like Tom Cruise. Who would play them in the movie if I was getting a movie of my book made? I don't think like that at all. And I got a nice piece of advice from a fellow writer one time about creating characters. You want your... Oh, that's weird. You want your
Yeah, the whole
characters...
thing went kapush. But
Yeah.
all right, we're back.
Okay, you want your characters to have enough description to them that the reader can, see them in their head, but you don't want them so well created that if they ever did make a movie or if, the reader's thinking about it, that no one could ever play that part unless they looked exactly like that. And one of the great examples of this is F. Paul Wilson has done a series of books about Repairman Jack. That's the character.
Yes.
And if you read those books, especially the earlier ones, here's his description of Jack. Medium height, fair hair, average-looking face.
So that could be anybody.
Exactly. And it works with the character because he's a character that blends in with the crowd wherever he goes. But at the same time, anybody who reads that, as they start to read it and they learn the emotions and the thoughts of that character, they're going to put their own description of him, their own visualization of him in their head. The writer doesn't have to do it.
Exactly. All right, so we are getting around to that time where I want you to get your links out, and I want you to show your books and anything else you have there that you want to put out there. So please go ahead.
Jack,
Okay.
need to let you know that the live stream room is dark and silent.
All right. Well, what we're going to end up doing is killing the. Well, hang on. We don't kill anything. We still have the video feed over for the YouTube. Please go ahead and show your books and all that while I go and fix this other thing.
Okay. Well, here's the latest one, The Cure. And I describe this as a paranormal thriller. It's about a woman who has the ability to heal people and animals with a touch, but any injury or illness that she cures that animal of goes into her, and then she then has 24 hours to pass it on to something else that's alive, or she suffers it herself. And because she then basically has the power to kill as well, the government and several criminal organizations are after her, and her boyfriend are on quite the wild chase. One of the books that we talked about earlier,
Hold it up high.
Carnival of Fear, my first novel, and this is about a haunted carnival where a group of people get stuck in the haunted mansion, and they have to fight their way out of each room in the haunted mansion as the displays come alive. So I was able to work in pretty much every classic monster in there: Frankenstein, Dracula, werewolves, ghosts, aliens, you name it, it's in there, and they have to fight it. And like I said, I've always loved that one. As far as links go, rather than give out a million book links, I'm just going to give my Amazon page, because then all the books are listed there.
Yes.
And I'm not even going to make it the long page link. So if you go to tinyurl.com//JG Faraday, you will get right onto my page with all my books.
Woohoo! And of course, you can go over to Zombiepalooza Dead Again, our official radio page, and you can find out all of his links and cool stuff. There are also, and I want you to give a shout out for Horror Writers Association, please.
Yes, the Horror Writers Association, or the HWA as we call it, is the #1 organization for horror writers, and I am on the board of trustees there, and I also run the library outreach and literacy programs, where we work with schools and libraries to get more people to read.
That's very cool. All right, so now we're at a point where I ask the individual, is there any question or topic that we have not covered that you really wish we would have?
I don't know. Possibly a million of them. We could go on talking forever. I love talking writing and horror. I think one of the things that I'd really like to get out there for people to know is right now horror is the #1 genre for young adult readers, that group between 14 and 20, and they can't get enough of it in the libraries. So if you've got teenagers at home, don't just go with the books that are in Barnes & Noble. Go on to Amazon. Go to the library. They've got a lot more there for your kids to read, and it's not all blood and guts and what you see in the movies. There's a lot of great, suspenseful, intelligent horror being written, especially for that young adult crowd, and in many respects, it's better than the adult horror that you read.
All right, thank you for that. And there's one other thing that I would like you to do. It's called a bumper. And so I would like you to say your name, the name of web page or favorite book, your latest out there, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio.
Okay. Hi, this is J.G. Faraday, and I'm coming to you from Zombiepalooza Radio, where I've just had a great interview. And I guess if you want to get a copy of my latest book, The Cure, you can go to Amazon.com, type in J.G. Faraday, and you can pick that book up or any of my others.
All right. Thank you so much. Staff, it is time for you to say your final questions or your final statements to our guest.
Actually, I'd just like to say I went ahead and traipsed my butt over to Amazon and picked up Carnival of Fear based on, actually, one thing you said about it really sold me on it. The whole thing came to you in a nightmare.
Great. Thank you.
Clicked on
I
Amazon.
hope you enjoyed it.
I intend to start reading it tonight. But I have definitely enjoyed your interview and hope to see you again on the show.
Sure. I hope to be on again.
Oh, JG, I hope to see you. Are you going to be at StokerCon next year in Vegas?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, I want to see you there, JG. And thank you for...
We'll find each other and say hi.
Yeah, maybe share a drink or something.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and that concludes our first hour. We're going to go to our first break. Thank you so much, JG Verity, for coming on to the show and showing us how you do horror.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm really glad that we were able to do this.
Tell others. Tell everybody. We're not just zombies. All right. Thank you very much. You can go ahead and release from the call.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Randy, what did you think about your first hour on here?
I loved it. I had a great time. Hey, would you do me a favor, sweetie? Use my middle initial when you say my name. That's my brand. It's Randy D. Rubin. 2 D's. Randy D. Thank you, sweetie.
All right. We're going to be going into our next hour. We're going to have Thomas Drago, and he is going to talk to us about how he creates in horror. He's also been sent over from John Prescott, so he's a member of HWA. Stay tuned. We're going to go on for a little bit of a break, and then we're going to be bringing him to call. Go ahead and mute your mics if you're on staff, please. Thank you. You're listening to Zombiepalooza Radio.
This is Tim Markowitz, co-owner and editor-in-chief of Ragnarok Publications. Our mission is to publish the character-driven fantasy stories of highest quality based on dark genre fiction. You can find us online at ragnarokpub.com.
The competition has taken notice.
Oh my god!
Good luck keeping up with this.
name is Sephra Jerome, and my new book, Experiments in Terror, will be out from Sam Hain Books, samhainhorrorpublishing.com. You can also find it on amazon.com. That'll be in a couple months. It'll be out. And Zombiepalooza Radio is absolutely madness, and I love the squirrel. Don't get too drunk now.
I'll try not to.
Now I want to take that squirrel home.
It looks like they left me in charge. Okay, not in charge, but they left me alone in the studio. It's crunchy.
Let's get ready to... Let's get ready to...
Yeah, I'm not playing with the buttons here. Playing jokes on Dead Door. Counting all my nutbags. Dealing with my 100 children for my crazy nut life. I'm listening to Zombiepalooza Radio. You can listen to Zombiepalooza Radio every Friday night on livestream.com/Zombiepalooza Radio.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
I'm not Barbara. And if you're not listening to Zombiepalooza Radio, you have no nut and you're scared.
Freeze!
It's the life that we dream of, that we create. From city to city. From city to city. From place to place. From place to place. From city to city. From city to city. It's the life that we dream of, that we create. From city to city, from place to place. It's the life that we dream of, that we create. It's the life that we dream of, that we create.
The views expressed and opinions given by the individual host and their guests do not necessarily reflect those of CPR Productions, its affiliates, or sponsors. You're listening to Zombiepalooza Radio. All right, and we are back with round 2 of Zombiepalooza Radio. We're going to have Thomas Drago on with us, and click that button and bring him to call. We also have with us special co-host Randy Rubin, and of course we have Scott Pearson, who is head of all things green in our research department. Welcome, welcome, Thomas, to Zombiepalooza Radio. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and put that so it's not so glaring on the screen, and I'm going to have you introduced to our staff. And so first off, we would like to welcome you to Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green.
Okay, there we go. Hey, it works, but you tap it first. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you. I'm looking forward to this interview. Curious about Queensboro.
Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you too.
All right, and we have in the guest co-host chair this evening, poet Randy Rubin.
Hi, welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio. It's good to have you on the show.
I have to say, poet Randy D. Rubin.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hi, how are you, Thomas?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks.
It'll take me a hot minute. You're new. I'm new. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. This is my first rodeo. You don't believe me?
Oh, I believe you. Whatever you say, Jackie.
Uh-huh. All right. So I'm being attacked by mosquitoes in here. This is kind of weird. I'm just gonna owie right there. Ouch. All right. We're not here to talk about that, though. We're here to talk about how Thomas Drago writes in the horror genre. What book are we going to be discussing this evening?
My newest one is called Queensboro.
All right. And your inspiration for writing in the genre?
Stephen King. Do I need to go further?
And yeah, no, you don't need to go further than that. But I mean, everybody kind of sort of says that. Are there any other influences that you have other than Mr. King?
Yeah, certainly. I like Robert McCammon, Peter Straub, Clive Barker. Those are the 3 others that I think I'd probably been inspired by the most.
When you create your characters, what is it like for you?
Oh, well, I learned early when I was taking creative writing courses in college that everything is about the characters, and that, plot is as simple as 2 dogs fighting over a bone, but, who are those dogs? Why do they want the bone? What are they going to do when they get it? What are they willing to risk to get that bone? So I have a lot of fun creating characters, absolutely. That's what it's all about for me. The story is secondary.
Thank you very much. All right, so film scores help move a movie along. What do you do to help move your work along?
Action. I think you got to have action in your stories to keep the reader interested and to keep the plot moving forward.
All right, so let's see. When you first got the idea for Queensboro, where were you? How did this come about?
Well, actually, Queensboro is the second book in a series that I've written, and the first one was called Crow Creek. And it all kind of started with that one. About 10 or 15 years ago, my wife and I collaborated on a novel that took place in this fictional town she and I created together called Crow Creek. And it's sort of a mock-up of the small town we live in the South, and it mirrors that, I guess. It's kind of like Stephen King's version of Castle Rock, but it's down here in North Carolina. And about, like I said, it's about the time of the 9/11 attacks we wrote that story. And then I kept those characters and I kept that universe and continued to write stories in it. And then a couple of years ago, after the Sandy Hook shootings, actually, I started cranking Crow Creek out, and that's kind of where the genesis of the universe is.
Many times authors will, and other creative types, will take events from the current society and they will bring them to fruition in their works. How much of that do you have within your books?
Well, absolutely. Since my wife and I created this town, Crow Creek, at the time of the 9/11 attacks, one of the main characters, well, the main character of that first book was a woman named Deborah DeVito, who's an Italian from New York, like me, and she lost a son in the Twin Towers and moved to North Carolina to get away from it. And I kept that character in Crow Creek, my first book that I published. And then after the Sandy Hook shootings, I wanted, the loss of a child, I think, is probably the biggest horror that any of us could ever imagine. So with Deborah DeVito, that character, having already lost a son at the World Trade Center, and then I put the sheriff of Crow Creek, who's sort of the main character of the book, his daughter had passed, and that's sort of where that real life influenced my book.
How important is melancholy humor in horror?
I absolutely think you have to have a dark wit in humor. In fact, and most of the reviews that I get that have been positive anyway, that's one of the things that they like about my writing, is that there's a funny edge to it.
All right, so let's see. Your perspective when it comes to writing shows your experience, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So what perspective do you bring to your writing?
Well, I'm a theater teacher, so I think dialogue is definitely one of my strengths as a writer, trying to capture, and in a lot of the exchanges, it's almost as if it's coming right off a stage play. So I would say that experience, I've been doing theater for a very long time, and I've been teaching for a long time. Creating dialogue, I think it's influenced it for sure.
Thank you very much. Talk about or walk us through a character creation.
Oh, characters kind of find themselves in my books, I think. I don't spend a lot of time planning or outlining. I do now, especially as I've gotten older, worried that I will forget something if I think of it. So in the old days, I might have jotted it down in a notebook. But now, the students and my own children have taught me just to use the voice recording app on my phone, and wherever I am, even if it's in the middle of the night, I'll wake up, hit the app, and record something so I don't forget it about the character. But generally speaking, they write themselves. I don't have anything more than just an idea of what I want when I start, and then I find my way through the character as I'm writing.
A method writer.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and Scott has a unique take on method writing, as he has called it. So go ahead, Scott, and let's talk about this.
Well, yeah, I came out with that a while back. It occurred to me that method acting, the actor becomes his character or her character to the point where it's not so much acting as reacting.
Right.
You become part of the situation. And method writing I've always loved because you don't actually, it's kind of lazy writing because you don't actually write, the character does. you throw the situation in the middle of the characters, and they will do what they will do, and you just sit back and take notes.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
I love it. It's amazingly schizophrenic.
Yeah. Well, on stage we would call it truth in acting, so I guess for writing you'd call it truth in writing. But yeah, absolutely.
How much of your background in acting and screen, well, I guess
Stage.
stage work, thank you, um, has taught you how to write?
So much, absolutely, because, and again, I'll go back to what I have just said, and that's in the character development, creating character, sense memory, emotional memory, acting and reacting, even the mannerisms, the little stage directions that I'll put in my novel. Sometimes my editor will say, Drago, it's too much. We get it. We know you're a theater guy. Tone it down a little bit.
It's almost like when they tell you when you're on the stage, they tell you to speak to the people that are all the way in the back of the room. Um,
Yes.
very often, though, when we're writing or when we're creating with the written word, we have to be able to think about the perspective, yes, with the people that are in the background, but we have to also have a very strong presence of what's going on in the foreground and the little vignettes that are going around, even around that. So, talk to me a little bit about how you bring in minor characters.
Yeah, absolutely. There've always got to be plots and subplots that help develop the story. So the minor characters, and I also think this is extremely important on stage. The minor characters really can be just as entertaining, just as intriguing, just as memorable. And here's how I use them. I use them to get the theme across. Whatever the point is of my story, sometimes the main characters are so involved in the action and resolving the conflict that it's easier for me to bring in the minor characters to get the point across and to make sure that the theme is clear.
What is the most difficult aspect of creating in the written word for you?
Oh, I would have to say not worrying about things that need to be researched in the moment. Just get it out on paper and then go back and do the research and fill in the blanks. So, like, picking names for characters is very important to me because I want them to have significance in meaning and in historical reference, or even in the region of the country. People who live in the South have different names than people who live in the Northeast. So I will, if need be, to keep my rhythm, would just like put in bold or in all caps first name, last name, and then worry about filling the blanks in, at least after I get that chunk written, and then move forward. But not stopping in the moment is the biggest challenge for me.
Thank you. Imagery is very important in creating the written work. What forms do you use to help you create imagery and bring it to life?
Well, I absolutely think as I've gotten older that I've learned to let the reader fill in the imagery more than me feeding the imagery, so that a less is more kind of approach, because I think inevitably a reader is going to want to use his or her own imagination to see the world, and I've learned that as a writer. I learned it as a reader when I was a kid, but now I've learned it as a writer as I've gotten older, that while reading is a process of discovery, writing is a process of discovery too, and it's easier for us to let the imagination wander rather than to give every single image.
People have become very savvy when it comes to consuming horror, and they get kind of picky about details and things of that sort. How do you make sure that the events that you portray are realistic and fit within the horror genre?
Stay away from the stereotypes or the tropes or whatever the word is. So yeah, I don't think I would ever tackle writing a zombie book because I don't know anything about that area of the genre, and I know that I'd get called on the details that I've made a mistake. And werewolves, no way. Maybe a little bit about vampires if I stuck to the Dracula domain, but stay away from the tried and true form, because you'll get called on it if you make even the smallest mistake.
No
If
sparkles.
Yes, right. No sparkles.
if you were to have someone write a score for Queensboro, whom would it be, and what would the sound be like?
Well, as a horror writer, I think it kind of maybe goes hand in hand that hard rock or heavy metal works. So my younger brother is in a band, and I would absolutely want him to, if there were ever a movie adaptation, I would want his band, The Furnace, to play the soundtrack. Good old heavy metal, yeah.
I'm gonna put that out there.
Yeah, I gotta plug him. He's my number one beta reader. So if I don't give a plug for him, I'm gonna have to hide.
Hey, you're bringing me around to another topic that we talk about often on Zombiepalooza Radio, beta readers. How important are they in creating a work for you?
They're extremely important, and since I'm just kind of breaking into the field up until this point, those have been for me family and friends, former students, but moving forward now, I've gone to my first writer convention in Atlanta, and I've met, I've kind of networked and made new friends, virtual friends at least, and I plan to include some of the writers that I've met now the next time as I finish up this third book.
As someone who is an author, how important is it to have people who are mentors and are your peers?
I think it's extremely important. When I was younger, my college professors were my mentors, and then there was a large chunk of time, mainly when our children were young, that I didn't write as much as I do now. So getting older and still wanting that feedback to make sure that what I'm doing and what I'm putting out there is legitimate is extremely important. So some of the writers that I met at the writers' the convention, I think would be great resources if they've got the time.
And the next topic I want to talk to you about is imagery, but imagery regarding your cover, specifically for Queensboro. It is intricately interesting. Who did it?
Okay, so I self-published these two works through CreateSpace, and CreateSpace is Amazon's company, and this is their stock art, and that in terms of the design, it comes from their stock photos. But then they also have their own artists who manipulate the images to make them kind of what I suggest. Like for the first one, I said I see this crow sitting on a fence post, and they happen to have that as a part of their stock art. And then in the second one, I said I see this butterfly and maybe caterpillar at odds, and in the picture you could see there's a bright, beautiful butterfly, and then that black, creepy caterpillar. And the artists who took those photos and manipulated them kind of smeared them with blood and made them a little bit, well, the first one definitely has an Edgar Allan Poe feel to it. The second one, I wanted it to be a little bit more science fiction because that element is played up in the book.
Talk about and we did talk a little bit about this the other day. There are different elements to this particular book. Talk about those, please.
Yeah, the second book is definitely deals with science fiction that and I'm not necessarily a science fiction writer, but I had this idea of having a biological experiment gone wrong, and in order to make that happen, I had to bring in characters who worked at a medical laboratory and who were willing to to take up that end of the story for me. And once I had those characters in mind and had them written, at least a little bit, then it sort of took off without me having to worry.
All right, people are really interested in this book called Queensboro, and I'm going to read a review that you have. 5-star review, wonderful. And this was on May 30th, 2015. Title of this is From Crow Creek to Queensboro. What a trip. I purchased this novel through Amazon as I did this author's first book, Crow Creek. Queensboro is a sensational follow-up. It is suspenseful, fast-moving, and the characters are well portrayed that the reader can understand their behaviors. I couldn't put it down. Enjoyed the way the plot was developed. The author has a way of keeping you on the edge of your seat. I rate this novel 5 stars. Can't wait to read the next one. All right, speaking of the next one, we're going to go to our special co-host, Randy Rubin. You're up for your first question.
Hi. Well, okay, my first question is, you talk about you teach theater. What are your 3 favorite plays?
Oh, wow, that's a good question. Noises Off is definitely my favorite play. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a bizarre British sex farce where it's a play within a play. I stage managed it about 20 years ago and had a blast. The set is huge. It revolves. The first act you watch from the main action. The second act you watch from backstage. It's kind of crazy. That's definitely number one. Then I would say Edward Albee's Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf is probably second. That's just so dark and disturbing, and being a professor, I could relate. And third, I would probably Streetcar, and I think it's because I've taught it and I've directed it, and I love Tennessee Williams, and I think that's definitely it might not be a horror per se, but it's dark.
Okay. Three good choices. I hadn't heard of the first one.
Oh, you need to see it.
Okay. The second question I have is, do you consider yourself primarily a horror writer or a science fiction writer, or just a writer? I mean, are you more comfortable in the horror genre?
I would describe myself as a horror writer because I write about what I believe is human horror, and I think humans can be the worst monsters. So that's more the horrors that humans do are way scarier to me than any monster that's going to come out of your closet. But that's why I would first and foremost consider myself a horror writer, but definitely not science fiction. I dabbled in it with Queensborough, but I'm not well read in science fiction. I don't think to consider myself a science fiction writer.
I see.
Thank you for that. We're going to go over to Scott Pearson. Go ahead for your first question.
Yeah, I got one for you. You mentioned earlier that one of your inspirations to write was Stephen King. I've actually got me a trinity that I give credit to as being my inspirations to write, of Ray Bradbury, Rod Serling, and George Romero. Is Stephen King your only inspiration, or do you have a or pantheon that molded you as a kid? Because I grew up with horror art from the time I was 2 years old myself. So
I would say, go ahead. Stephen King is absolutely above and beyond my biggest inspiration. I started reading him at a time in my life where, we had just moved from New York to Arizona, and shortly thereafter, my mom lost a little girl, and I talked about this at the World Horror Conference because I was on the Stephen King panel by chance, actually, and at that point, when you're dealing with loss, some people might turn to their religion, and for me, that just wasn't fulfilling what I needed. And then Pet Sematary came out, and of course, that's about the loss of a child, and the story is that Stephen King was scared by that book, that he left it in his dresser for years before he was able to confront it. And when I read that book, somehow it helped me deal with it. And I was talking with Jack Ketchum about it at the conference, and he just said, "Yeah, I get it. Stephen King is better. You need to get to him."
I have profound empathy for you with that situation because I lost my daughter in 2008.
Yeah.
And actually, I fell more towards. I watch Night of the Living Dead on a continuous loop at night so that I can dream about something more productive, enjoyable.
But, I've directed the stage play of Night of the Living Dead twice. Actually, it's pretty awesome. It's very true. I mean, the adaptation is verbatim from the film. But the hardest part is every time, the 2 times that I've directed that show, each of the performances, the audience laughs at the end when the main character gets shot, and I just don't get it. It's not funny to me.
I've noticed that at midnight showings too.
Yeah.
Of the Living Dead. I zombie out, or I did up in Everett, Washington when I lived up there. I'd latex up and I'd go to the midnight showings, and people actually laugh when Ben takes it right between the eyes. It's like, what?
Yeah, what is that?
Were you paying attention?
Exactly.
Or were you in the smoking lounge? But, well, let's face it, it's legal up there too. I'm wondering, you said that you stand by your less is more strategy for imagery in your writing. Do you credit that with having read so much Stephen King, who is notorious for spending 3 pages explaining how a leaf looks as it falls from the tree?
That I credit with just experience, because when I was younger, that's how I would have written. I would have taken 3 pages to describe exactly that. And even in the newer book, Crow Creek and Queensborough, I think that's a fair criticism. Sometimes I'm a little bit heavy on description. But since, going especially to the horror writers convention and talking with some of the writers and reading some of the authors. I've read about a half a dozen books already since I've been back. The less is more approach is what I'm trying to take with my new one.
Thank you for that.
I've actually just finished picking up Queensboro, and I've got to go back and get the first one.
Thank you.
For my Kindle.
Absolutely.
Right. So it's easy to pen a work, but it's difficult to pen a work that lots of people enjoy and then they want more of. What do you attribute to this popularity you have with your fans?
I think keeping the reader in mind and I thought we were going to get to this actually when you were talking a little bit ago, so it's good that we circled back to it. I keep the reader in mind when I'm writing, just like I keep the audience in mind when I'm performing. You know, what you say on stage, you have to include the audience in the conversation or they're just going to feel like they're watching a video surveillance. And I feel the same way about writing. I always have my audience in mind when I'm writing, and I want them to feel welcome in my universe. A lot of what I write might disturb them, but in reality, things are disturbing. So in terms of I think audience involvement and keeping them in mind makes them feel welcome and hopefully enjoy the work. That's what I like about Stephen King for sure.
Indeed. All right, so penning that first paragraph, that first couple of paragraphs for Queensboro. Well, let's go for the first one, The Crow.
Crow Creek, yeah.
Crow Creek. How long did it take you to write those first couple of paragraphs?
Well, I'll address both if that's okay. Queensboro, and I'm only going to do it for this reason. Queensboro, the prologue was actually the last chapter that I wrote. I had written the whole novel, and then I thought, you know what? I think I need to make sure the audience knows exactly how that character came stumbling into the restaurant at the beginning. Even though I had it in my mind, I wanted to make sure the audience got to read that. So that was that book. But Crow Creek, I had this image, and again, both of the books deal with the loss of children because that's been a huge event in my life, and I don't think, even 30, 35 years later, I still can't forget it. No, you never will. I had this image or this vision in my mind of a mama driving her baby to school and the road opening up underneath them and the sinkhole taking them down. And I remember my daughter using a line that one of her teachers had used, and I put it in the first paragraph, to put up and line up for recess. And the first paragraph just came right out of me. I could just picture the whole thing in my mind of the mama driving her little girl to school and getting swallowed.
Do you think that horror will ever have to jump the shark?
I certainly don't think it has. Even in film, I think film has seen a revival in horror. This It Follows thing that just recently came out, I haven't seen it yet because I can't get anybody to go with me to see horror movies. My son, who is my movie partner, is always too scared to watch them. But no, I don't think it's jumped the shark. Will it? Maybe. But the nice thing about horror, and we've mentioned it, is there are so many different subgenres that even if you get sparkly vampires, somebody could come back and do something, powerful that's going to revive it.
You have to be able to go to the next level. I do believe every genre needs to evolve, and if it doesn't, then it just becomes this stale, recycled trope thing that nobody's interested in anymore. What do you believe would be the next level to take horror?
Oh boy, that's a good one. I don't know. I think it's hard to say because I think there are so many writers out there. That's the thing that I was impressed with the most when I was at the horror conference was how many writers there are. And I think, Jackie, I might have told you I'm a huge rock and roll fan, and one of the things that I like to quote Elvis on is that there's room for everybody. And knowing that all of these people are creating and we're all supporting one another's works and we're buying each other's works, so not only are we authors but we're also fans of one another, I think that's what's going to take it. But in terms of specific storyline, I don't know. I'd like to see ghost stories, really. That's kind of, we've talked about all of the types that are out there, but I think at least at some point I'd like to write a really good ghost story. because they don't seem to be as prevalent, at least not right now.
Something sort of interdimensional with a scientific edge.
Maybe. Stephen King has done that, and sometimes I'll kind of chuckle, oh no, he's going dimensions on me again, but maybe. My younger brother, who's my biggest critic and fan, might not like it if I start doing that, or time travel.
Here's another thing. Fan base is extremely important, because if you didn't have it, you wouldn't sell any books, right?
Right.
All right, so do you, or I guess where I want to go is, how do you involve your fan base?
Oh boy. I definitely read the reviews, and I'll take a 1-star review as long as the reader explains to me why they are giving me 1 star. This, if I get a 1 or 2-star review and it just says okay or meh, that doesn't help me as a writer, and it doesn't really help the other readers out there who are looking for work. In fact, my favorite review on Goodreads for Crow Creek could be a 2-star review, because the person who wrote it really nailed the novel, explained it exactly what I was going for. It just wasn't up her alley, which is fine. I accept that. I'm not going to please everybody.
Exactly, but if you get somebody on there that just kind of wants to just try and trash the author or blah blah blah, and there is, that's the more seedier side of being an author. There is always going to be somebody out there that's going to try and make a mess.
Yeah, that's the seedy side of being an artist, because whether you're a writer or a performer or a musician, there are people out there who don't realize this is art, and art is if it is left, could die. It's dying in schools. So I would be hard pressed to criticize any artist who's putting himself or herself out on the line, because you make yourself vulnerable by doing it.
Absolutely. All right, I want to go over to Randy Rubin. Go for your next question, please.
I'm not hearing him.
Randy Rubin, pick up the white courtesy phone. Pick up the white courtesy phone.
All right, then we'll go over to Scott Pearson. Pick it up.
Oh, okay. I have a question for you. Have you ever considered doing audiobooks?
I have just recently. I have a friend of mine who I knew when I was a young kid in Brooklyn, New York, growing up, and he does audiobooks. I think he's doing it for a living. He's definitely a voiceover actor, and Jackie might know him. It's Stephen Rimpici. He does a lot of voiceover stuff. Yeah, and yeah, he's awesome. I have reached out to him, and he is the last he told me was he's reading the books to see if he can do them justice. But I think that it's a really good market, because and it occurred to me, I don't remember who said it to me. It might have been Jonathan Mayberry. Listening while he's driving, it helps kill time, or while he's traveling. It maybe while he was traveling, because he goes from place to place doing book signings or whatnot, and he spends a lot of his time writing, but he also spends a lot of his time listening. I'm pretty sure it was Jonathan Mayberry. But it's great, you're in the car, traveling to work or whatever, you put in an audiobook, and it's great.
When you do work with Mr. Rimpici, and we do know him well,
okay,
from some of his past work, bring up the idea of doing an audiograph, an extra audio track that can be for maybe a premium amount, a couple of dollars extra on the book, on the audio book, but to have, they pay the extra couple of dollars, put what name they want or names that they want in the audiograph, and just give them a 30 to 60 second soundbite of, hey, Danny and Marie, thank you for buying the book, hope you enjoy this, and type thing.
Oh, that's really a great idea.
I call it an audiograph, and it personalizes the book towards your reader a little bit for them and makes the experience that much deeper.
Yeah, it's kind of like a book signing, but audio.
An audio book signing, exactly. I call it an audiograph.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, Thomas, what are 3 things that are integral to horror?
Okay, well, definitely terror. I think terror is a big part of it, because I define the difference between terror as horror as terror being frightened by what you don't know, and then horror being frightened by what you do know. So there has to be a level of suspense and terror prior to the reveal, and then how horrifying the reveal is. So those two elements, but also, and I did say this earlier, the human element has to be there because, at some point, I think the suspension of disbelief, when you're dealing with fantasy, isn't as horrifying as the human element.
All right. Let's see. How do you implore the reader to believe in what you've created?
Oh, make the characters believable and realistic, and characters we can relate to. And in my books, since they take place in in a very specific region, you're creating characters that you don't want to be caricatures. But one of the things I think that the reader needs to understand is, in many ways, these books are being told from characters who are foreign to the area. So Deborah is a New Yorker. In Queensboro, Gus, who's one of the main characters of the book, he's from Greece. He's an immigrant to America, and they are seeing the Southern people through a specific lens. And then in that case, it's okay because it's okay to create sort of a caricature, because that's sometimes that's also revealing of the character who's narrating. This is what they're perceiving people to be.
Reveal one thing about your writing habit that you have not told a soul.
Oh boy, that's a tough one. I would say I like to. I think J.G. Faherty might have said this as well. I like to do multiple projects at the same time. So if you were to open up my Google Docs, which is I write in Google Docs, you will probably see about 5 or 6 stories happening at the same time. And sometimes one of those I might collaborate or work into what another one, and suddenly there's connections between what I'm working on. So I don't know that I've ever talked about how I deal with writer's block, and I think that's how J.G. Faherty addressed it. Is you've got a couple of things or more than a few things going on at the same time, and you can jump back and forth. That's what made writing Crow Creek and Queensboro so simple for me, by the way, because I had plot lines and narrative lines through multiple characters. So when I got to a point with one character that I could stop, I could pick up with another character and keep going, and then blend them all together.
Time management. How do you deal with it? Because I know you got a lot of things going on.
Yeah, teaching, doing theater, exactly. I do 90 minutes a day, and my goal is 1,000 words a day, and it's usually 30 minutes first thing in the morning, 30 minutes after lunch, and then 30 minutes in the evening before I'm ready to relax, or perhaps before I'm ready to lay down for the night. But it's a strict regimen. I wish I could do more, but 1,000 words a day, you've got a book in 80 days.
Are there any special kinds of things that you've learned, say, for apps or any electronics that you use? Say if you're out and about and you get this bright idea, do you talk into your phone, or do you write things down, or you wait till you get home? What do you do?
Yes, I do both, and I think I might have mentioned it earlier. Yeah, I absolutely use a voice record app, and I use the Notes app, both. I'm really bad at typing on the phone, so the voice record app is better for me, but then I have to laugh at my own voice when I listen to it again. But
all
yeah.
right. You're standing in the grocery line. We all do it. We get behind somebody that we think we're going to be able to get through the line, and it's not going to be a big deal, but we find out we're there for 5 or 10 minutes. What do you do while you're waiting in a grocery line as far as your writing?
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a difference. Because the first thing I was going to say is probably my wife is probably slapping me away from her. I like to pick up the magazines while I'm waiting in line. If I'm not cursing at the person in front of me, I'll pick up a magazine and see what's going on to stay connected. And I think that's important for both performers and writers to know what's going on in the world. To be aware of what's going on. So I might look at Time Magazine or People Magazine or Newsweek or Entertainment Weekly, whatever I can find, just to stay relevant. Especially since I don't have as much time to watch television.
Absolutely.
Let's not forget the Weekly World News now. You got to know how the Bat Boy and the Duck Little Baby are doing.
That's right.
I want to see if I can get Randy D. Rubin back on the air again. You got your ears on over there?
We've lost Randy?
Where did
What happened to Randy?
I don't know.
It
sounds like it.
that would be me. Hang on.
All right. Well, I don't know where Randy D. Rubin went, so I'm going to go here. Many times, especially within the last 6 to 8 months, people have talked about doing book trailers. Have you ever thought about doing a book trailer?
Absolutely. You can find those book trailers on my YouTube channel or probably linked somewhere on my website. And I've done two different types. I've done the standard traditional book trailer where I went out and did some filming and I took it back home to iMovie and made editing. But those were great, and I'm very pleased with them, and they were quick to do. But the other two I did. My little girl likes to do some performing art, so you'll probably find on my YouTube channel that she's created this little segment called The Couch, and she interviews me and as if she's like a Maury Povich. No, that's not a good one. Like the guy from Inside the Actors Studio. I can't think of his name right now, but it's like I'm sitting on the couch and listening, and she interviews me. She's got a costume, a character. It's very cute.
I love that. Love that. All right, so we're getting to the point now where I'm going to ask you, what is one question we have not asked you that you wish we would have?
Well, this has actually been an extremely good week for me because Sam Hain Publishing, Don Doria, reached out to me earlier in the week after having read Crow Creek, and he and I are now talking about a contract. So that's really exciting because I self-published the first two, and I did meet him. It was a great story because I was sitting in a restaurant, actually at the bar in Atlanta, getting some notes together for a panel that I was mediating, or I was monitoring, and Kelly Lehman, the daughter of Richard Lehman, came over and introduced herself, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is Richard Lehman's daughter. And she said, you need to go talk to Don Doria from Sam Hain. And I got a chance to talk to him. It was just about 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes that day, and he gave me some information that he wanted me to email him, and I did. And then about a month later, I heard back from him, and it's very, very exciting.
Give me your best elevator pitch for Queensboro.
Oh gosh, Queensboro, I think is about making sure that you know who you are, because the path for our own identity is very sometimes murky. It's difficult. We can lose ourselves if we're not careful. So at the beginning of the book, I have that imagery, that quote from the philosopher about butterfly and not knowing whether he was a man dreaming he was a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming he was a man. And I think it's very easy for us to lose ourselves if we don't stay focused. And that's what I really wanted that book to be about. So each of the main characters is on a quest to find out who they are. Even the villain, in fact, that's her big problem. Her whole life she's kind of found, and she doesn't know where she fits in.
What did you learn about yourself writing these two pieces?
Oh, that I can do it. I think that's it's a huge accomplishment to start with one word and end up with 85,000 words and say, wow, I've got something. And I've been trying to teach my children that because they both love to create, they both like to write, they like to film and make movies, and I tell them it can be done. And it doesn't matter if you're your age or my age, the sense of accomplishment is something that's worth achieving.
Well, you accomplished your very first interview on Zombiepalooza Radio.
Yes.
Came through with flying colors. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What I would like you to do now is do something called a bumper. And for staff, please go ahead and mute your mic so we can get a clear bumper. Thank you, Randy. All right, so a bumper here is you say your name, the name of a work or a .com, whatever you want to put out there, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio.
Okay, I'm Thomas Drago, author of Crow Creek and Queensboro. You can find me on Amazon, and I'm hanging out with the crew of Zombiepalooza Radio on a Friday night, and it's live, and we're scary.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Who has been your biggest supporter?
Oh, my mom, absolutely. I mean, my mom was my first and foremost #1 fan from when I was a kid. I used to handwrite all of my stuff when I was in grammar school and middle school, and I'd hand it over to my mom and go, Mommy, type this up. Let's send it out to the editors and see if we can get it published. And she wrote it, always wrote it, even with the bad words in it. And she'd tell me afterwards, Tommy, you shouldn't have those words in it. And I'm like, Stephen King does it. So, yeah, absolutely. My mom is always my #1 fan.
That is awesome. All right, it's time for our staff to say their final goodbyes to you.
Tom, I got a quick question before I say goodbye, and it has been a blast interviewing you. Can you either send us a message at Zombiepalooza Dead Again? I'm on YouTube and I can't find your channel.
Oh, it's I could tell you what it is.
Like a year.
My channel's Monster Mash 2010.
That could explain why Thomas Drago wasn't coming up with anything.
I probably will.
Okay. Monster Mash
2010. That's the channel. And it should have a picture of Elvis on it. And that picture of Elvis is from the month I was born.
All right. Well.
Did you get it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool.
And I will put that over on the Zombiepalooza Dead Again wall. It has been a blast interviewing you.
Thank you.
This guy right there. Randy D. Rubin, you're up. Say your final goodbyes, please.
Hey, it was great interviewing you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, finally, I got my headset working. I heard everything. I'm sorry I couldn't ask you the questions I wanted to ask, but it was a blast, and I hope to see you again real soon at Zombiepalooza Radio.
Thank you very much.
Please, Thomas, go ahead and like and share Zombiepalooza Radio live on YouTube. We'd really appreciate it, and then we'll connect up with your YouTube Monster Mash 2010 with the Elvis.
That's right.
All right, I think that concludes this particular hour. We're going to be going and taking a break, and we're going to be bringing on next Jeff Letourneau. He is getting to be a regular on Zombiepalooza Radio, and we look forward to seeing what he has to say about horror. Thanks so much, Thomas Drago, for coming on to Zombiepalooza Radio. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Woo-hoo. All right. Okay, we're going to go for a break, and we have one of our supporters for Zombiepalooza Radio, is Creech, CJ Creech, and he has a show called Creech Questions. Here's a little bumper from that.
Hi everybody, I'm Melissa Mullen, and I played a walker on The Walking Dead. Hi, my name's Christina Cleve. I played Linda in Halloween and Annika and Toxie. Hi, Tanika Martin Green, Sasha on The Walking Dead, and you're listening to Creech Questions.
Hi there, I'm Sarah Wayne Callies. I was Lori on The Walking Dead, and I will be Katie in the upcoming Colony on USA. You're listening to Creech Questions.
Hey everyone, this is CJ Creech, and you too can join in on the conversation with your favorite actors and celebrities on our podcast, Creech Questions. You can listen to us on iTunes, Spreaker, and Facebook.com/Creech Creative Productions.
All right, this is Tassos Stavrakis, recently from a control group here on Zombiepalooza Radio.
for stars one by one. Hands illuminate the sky, goes on and on and on. Let me take you all the way. I'll guide you through the night. Come shine your light a little brighter. Set your fire free inside. Are you ready?
This is Monique Happy. I've been happy to be on Zombiepalooza Radio tonight. As always, Jackie Chan rocks.
Oh my god. He's gonna kill me.
Hey, get back here so we can go listen to Zombiepalooza Radio every Friday night starting at 8 p.m., going 5 hours long. Listen to your host, Jackie Chan, and her zombie, Dead Door Williams.
Hey everyone, this is Devin Saliani, author of Zombie Attack, Army of the Dead, and you're listening to Zombiepalooza Radio.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
This is Tim Markowitz, co-owner and editor-in-chief of Ragnarok Publications. Our mission is to publish the character-driven fantasy stories of highest quality based on dark genre fiction. You can find us online at ragnarokpub.com.
My name is Weston Oakes. I'd like to talk about Halfway House, my haunted house novel. It's set in Los Angeles. It's something that just came out, and if you at all like haunted houses, you've got to pick this up. And thank you to Zombiepalooza Radio for being a staunch supporter of our troops, both afar and near.
This is D.A. Roberts. I write the Zombie Apocalypse series, the Ragnarok Rising Saga. You can find me on Twitter at D.A. Roberts Author, or the same thing on Facebook, D.A. Roberts Author. I'm a big fan of Zombiepalooza. I love doing the show. Jackie's amazing, and I would love to do the show every night if I could. Zombiepalooza Radio rocks.
The views expressed and opinions given by the individual host and their guests do not necessarily reflect those of CPR Productions, its affiliates, or sponsors. All right, we are live in our third hour. I'm going to be going for Jeff Letourneau. He's one of our newest regulars to Zombiepalooza Radio, and I'm going to have him go ahead and hit that button. And while we're waiting for him to come to call, I seem to have misplaced Scott, so maybe he'll find his way back over. Well, there he is. I see you. Hi. Gonna have to put you up there with super glue and stuff.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, and welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio. Jeff Letourneau. We are going to get started, but first we're going to do a little housekeeping and give you a proper welcome. Scott Pearson, go ahead and say hi to our latest guest.
Welcome to the show. I'm looking forward to the hour, Jeff.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
Cool. All right. So then we have in a special co-host chair this evening for all 5 hours, Randy D. Rubin.
Hi, Jeff. Welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio. Good to have you.
You too. 5 hours in the chair. That's a long time to sit, I think.
Yeah, tell me about it. All right. No comment, Randy D. Rubin?
Well, this is my first 5 hours in the chair, but I hope to be doing it on a regular basis here shortly.
What he's trying to say is he's a tenderfoot yet. Give him a little time. We'll find out how he feels.
Get one of those donut things, I think.
Yeah, one of those hemorrhoid donuts.
There you go. Yeah. I didn't want to say that. I wanted you to be comfortable.
My goodness. Well, he's not quite ready for the rocking chair yet. Jeff.
Okay. Just his comfort. That's what I care about then.
All right. So we want to talk to Jeff Letourneau about how he creates in the horror genre. And I brought up his information. He's always been a fan of the horror genre from a very young age. He was a fan of the old Hammer and Roger Corman horror movies. Yeah. Night of the Living Dead.
We have to say an R.I.P. to rest in peace to Christopher. This.
Oh, indeed, yes. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted that's who I grew up with. I made a comment about rest in peace, but the only image I get is him rising out of the coffin, and that's when I think of him. He's Dracula to me. That's saying something. I don't know.
Gone, but definitely not forgotten.
That's right.
So you enjoyed Night of the Living Dead, the Shylock playing on creature features, and the novels of Stephen King, Peter Straub, and Edgar Allan Poe. All right.
Well, actually, not Shylock, but Schlock. Schlock, a little bit different.
Thank you for that.
You're referring to Schlock, the old, good Lord, was that a John Carpenter movie, Schlock? I know Randy
it was
Baker did
a real low-budget horror movie, right? But to me, anything that's kind of goofy, anything goofy, just kind of thrown together, Schlock to me. But I like those movies are some of my favorite. The B-roll, B-grade, C-grade movies. It takes some imagination. No, very low budget, but fun.
Absolutely.
All right, so Ghost Story, Bloom's Dusk is your first novel. Talk about that.
Well, Bloom's Dusk was my first. The first kind of just proved me I could do it. I didn't know if I could write a book and stick to it, and whether it was possible, and found out it was. A lot of my own life and experiences in that book. So it was kind of a lot of it was autobiographical, except for the part about except for the bad stuff. I didn't do any of that stuff. So as far as you know, but and after putting that together and just really a sense of accomplishment, haven't been able to stop since then.
How do you define classic horror?
Classic horror is really. I've been thinking about this since brought up the subject the other day that horror is hard to define. It's not. I mean, if you say something, it's in the Western genre, that means there's some horses and maybe some guys in cowboy hats. That's a Western. Sci-fi has some spaceships and laser guns. That's sci-fi. But horror is more of an emotion. It's any work that makes the reader feel fear and dread. So that's a really pretty broad definition, because maybe to some in a math book could be horror. If you're afraid of the next test, then that would fall into the genre of horror. But anything that scares you, that is horror to me. So I don't think it really fits into any really clear definition. You can't say these elements have to be there to make it horror, because I don't think that works for horror. Horror can be anything that dredges up your fears. Well.
All right. Let me go with which character most represents you and your persona?
In my character in my books?
Period. End of sentence.
Oh, okay. You're not gonna lead me on. Okay. There's bits of
you before, right?
I'm copping out here because there's bits of me in each of the characters. They all start with me to some point, because I like to feel that I'm inside the head of the characters, because I think unless I'm inside of them, or they're part of me and I'm part of them, that there's no way that I can expect the readers to buy into that. Unless I feel unless I'm invested in the characters, I can't expect the readers to invest in the characters. So all of my characters are me. I don't know. I mean, there's one character, there's a teacher, so of course that's going to be part me. There's characters that are robbing a liquor store. Okay, so that's part me too, in the darker side of me. So they're all me. That's what I'm saying. They're all me. I'm going
Even
with that.
the darker characters?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun of horror, isn't it? I mean, I don't think I could create the darker characters unless that's part of me. I mean, that's and I could try and sketch them out, but unless I have some piece of them inside my heart, inside of my brain, I can't expect anybody to really believe those characters. So, I mean, in every book, I'm creating my own world, so that has to be kind of my own psyche. So, it's all me.
I was curious because I've got a few characters in my head that I really don't like.
Yeah.
But I don't. Maybe it's denial, but I don't cotton to the idea of seeing anything of myself in them. But they still exist between my ears. A few of my pointy teeth guys between my ears, and they show up in my writing every so once in a while. I don't much like them, but they serve a purpose.
Right.
So
yeah.
It just struck me as peculiar concepts that part of me could be in the evil ones as well. I like to think of myself as chaotic neutral. Like a friend of mine said earlier today, that leaves all my options on the table.
Where do you draw your dialogue from?
I guess I draw it from listening to dialogue, listening to people talk. Sometimes at the risk of looking like I'm eavesdropping in public places, just kind of trying to listen to how people speak. Right now I'm teaching. I teach at juvenile hall, so I'm teaching. So I learn a lot of the characters, kind of darker characters. I learned in juvenile hall, to tell the truth, and before that I taught in prison. So I have a lot to draw from there. The other characters I hear in the grocery store. Sometimes I just hear, I hear maybe on television. I hear in my head. So it's bits of overheard conversation, bits of imagined conversation that seem to be realistic. I have to admit, I'm not a writer who has a clear plan when he sits down. I think I do. With all the books, I think I know where it's going. But as soon as I start writing, it makes a twist and turn, and by the end of the book, I couldn't recognize my original idea. A lot of times in the book, it's pretty much gone. I know now I have another book from this idea. My zombie books, when I first started, the zombies were going to be basically no one could tell who was a zombie and who wasn't. The only way they could tell was by taking body temperature. But that didn't, the story took me in that direction. So a lot of the questions, I don't know. A lot of it, I tell many people, and they think it's a joke, but I get a lot of ideas in the shower. I don't know why, but hot water and soap and touching myself brings out the ideas in me. I don't know.
Emotional excess is really important when it comes to creating horror. Talk about this.
Well, I don't. Emotional excess, I think what I see in horror is that it's a part of all of us. All of us have a dark side, as we talk about, maybe that we don't like that side of us, but it's still there as much as we try to repress it. A lot of horror, I think, is about repression. The things that we try to hold deepest inside of us are the ones that a lot of times will eventually spring out and maybe be the end of us. That there's a dark side of all of us, and that's the horror inside. And through the genre, through writing, maybe that's how I release it. I don't know, but it's just maybe it's my therapy. But horror is just the dark side, the ugly side that people don't like to look at. And maybe looking at it through the genre is a safe way to do it. They don't have to confront it in real life.
Very often, children are portrayed in horror. They can be used as vessels to bring something terribly bad, or they can be used as vessels to bring something more humane to a piece of horror. Talk about the importance of children in horror.
I think children are typically thought very pure, innocent, and when they're touched by horror, something dark, it's even more shocking because they haven't been exposed, they haven't taken on the world's dirtiness of the world, and they're clean and pure. So when something dark touches them, we all kind of recoil from that because that's almost sacrilegious or something. That's even more of a taboo than anything else. I think the children are supposed to be protected, and when they're not, then we all feel something, some dismay, some fear.
Intuition and love and fear and hate and wanting are all emotions that are stemmed in horror as well as other genres. How do you feel that these portray themselves within your work?
Well, I don't, by trying to put the reader and put myself, put my characters in this situation, in these horrible, terrible situations, naturally brings those emotions out, those universal emotions that anyone would feel in those situations. I think I don't look to bringing those up. I don't think I have to pull this emotion or make sure I get that emotion in there. It's just a natural kind of it's naturally in the mix. I back to a second for the children. I was just thinking, I just finished the last book in the Most Uncommon Cold series, the Zombie series, and the final entry in the series really deals a lot with the children and the main character trying to protect the children from the undead, basically. So I just flashed on that. But again, as far as bringing anything into the story, I really almost sometimes feel like I have no power, no say in it. I'm just there writing what my brain, whatever it's telling me, whatever the muse is telling me, I'm just getting it out on paper. And I try, what I've been doing lately that's working very well is I will set the timer on the computer and tell myself, okay, 25 minutes. You're writing 25 minutes nonstop, and just get as much down as you can, get it out, and then take a 10-minute break, 25 more minutes. I do that 4 times a day, and it seems to be working real well. I'm getting some good stuff out, and the tension of trying to play beat the clock is really getting some good things out there. So that's working for me right now. We'll see what happens next week.
Whom do you have as a mentor within your genre?
Well, I feel like many people, Stephen King is just. I just feel reading on writing or any of his things or listening to interviews, I feel like he's the kind of the granddaddy, the big muse to all of us. And I also, I watch a lot of horror movies, so anything of Wes Craven I enjoy, and so it's kind of a variety of things. I just watch the news. That gives me some inspiration sometimes. See what's really happening out there.
All right, thank you for that. Let's see. What sort of a community do you surround yourself with as far as being an author?
I've got some cats that hang around while I'm writing, and other than just, well, on Facebook, interacting with different authors, discussing stories on, there's several Facebook sites that I go on and talk about books, and then we kind of interact. So other than online, in person, I try to talk to my wife sometimes, but she kind of shakes her head and she worries about me, about thinking too much about horror, I think. So she keeps me grounded. That's about just interaction and just what's going on in my head. So that helps me.
All right. Credibility is really important when it comes to writing in a genre, and it builds the impression of how a fan or potential fan is going to look at an author. What do you do to bring authority and credibility to your work?
Well, again, I'm talking about a lot of the things happening in the book. At least the first couple books were a lot from my life, so I lived this, so I knew, for example, the first book a lot about living in Korea and teaching, which, okay. Other than that, like right now I'm writing a book, the newest book right now is about near-death experiences, so I'm doing just online research, listening to interviews and things like that, so I can get a feel for what people have experienced, and not without just making it up. I want to have some background, some feel for the actual experiences. Other than that, I have done some reading and just on different topics, and I can't give you anything specific right now, but just as things come up and I have questions.
If you go ahead and you write. We talk a lot on Zombiepalooza Radio about the importance of having authority in the subject. That means you do your research. If you don't know any people in particular, or you don't have something within your own personal perspective that allows you to be able to write well versed on the topic, then it's best to go and find someone who really is the epitome of what you're trying to do, and then not copy them, but allow yourself to kind of integrate some of the pieces that they go ahead and they put into their works. Mm-hmm. So we've talked a bit about the credibility part, emotional side of things, the pathos of your creator character creation process and things of that sort. You had talked a little bit earlier about listening to folks' conversations and allowing for yourself to almost be like a fly on the wall when they're having conversation. But that is not all that there is to in writing from an emotional response to create something that brings the reader so compelled to be able to continue reading the work. What do you do to be able to really push home that emotional response that you're seeking?
I really just putting myself in this position, and sometimes it'll take a day or so to write a page of dialogue because I'm not feeling it. I have to feel, okay, if I was in that situation, how would I, or how would this character that I know maybe is not exactly my everyday persona, but his character or her character is motivated by this factor. I have to think how would I behave in that situation? What would I say? And how the feedback from other characters. So I can't come up with a good answer because every situation is different. I just have to, I guess, by knowing my characters, by having some idea of how I would act in that situation, and then I guess praying that that's how other people would also act in the situation, so they can buy into that. It's just a matter. It's just kind of a touch, trying to get a feel for things, I guess. And there's no one thing I do. Yeah.
In 2015, folks that pick up books and things of that sort, ebooks or paperback or whatever, they're looking for someone who has a clear direction for what the story baseline is. A lot of times they're looking for a way to escape because maybe their life is really, really complex and they just want a thrill. And in horror, we very often equate a good horror book with going to an amusement park and on the biggest thrill rides that there are. You really do have to have a very clear direction for that. So let me ask you this. When you start to write your very first paragraph, and it doesn't matter in what book, but in the particular genre of horror, how long does it usually take you to put something together that has a coherence that will carry through an entire book?
Well, I really try to do that from the first few sentences because I want to pull that reader in and not let go. And that's hard to do when I first think, okay, to start writing. But I want to grab them. Of course, I'm sure every author says that. But I want to grab them, and so usually my first paragraph is kind of disorienting because I want to keep the reader intrigued of what exactly is going on. What exactly have I fallen into in this strange world? And so what I try to do is almost start 10 pages into the action or something and drop them in there, and then after I've pulled them in, after I have hold of them, then we'll ease up and go back and explain how we got to this place, the starting place.
Thank you very much.
So I think of the starting place, and then I think about 10 steps ahead, and that's where I start.
Very cool. I would love for you to talk about Soul Hostage, supernatural suspense thriller.
Well, here is my disclosure. First of all, the supernatural suspense thriller, I have to admit, that part was something I read about research about selling more books and getting more eyes on your book, throwing those words in there to get people looking. Because I don't know if it's a thriller. It's almost horror allegory. It's about not knowing what evil looks like, not knowing what the bad person is. Who, you know, where are you going to find evil? You might think you know, but it might turn out that it's that your idea, your picture, your preconceived notion of evil is not at all. Not, and that's why I hope that Soul Hostage throws in some loops in there, throws some curves to people, and keeps them interested.
Are you trying to say that not enough people out there understand what horror is in real life, or are you trying to understand that they may not have a really good basis on the complexity of what makes a good horror novel?
Well, no, I'm as far as the theme of the book, I'm talking about evil, not being able to recognize evil. As far as horror, I just think that horror allows us some escape by creating, and anything that that stirs up that feeling of dread and fear in us can be considered horror. And in its book form, it's a safe way of confronting those fears.
Horror is more complex than just somebody coming out of an area and scaring you. I mean,
right, exactly.
Here, from my personal experience, I have experienced true horror. I have extensive background in paranormal, and out of all of that, I have had 2 experiences, of which I experienced what pure darkness is. And I don't mean it in the sense of, oh, well, that's a little scary. I mean, shake your soul, scary, like, get the heck out of the place, but hey, they called you to fix this, and you've got to confront it. A lot of times people will have situations where they have these earth-shattering moments, and a good horror novel is like a vignette into somebody's life about a particular situation or a period of time or history. And I know that from what I've seen from your work, that you enjoy being able to take these stories and put them out in the public and get them to think in a different direction. So I think that's kind of sort of where you're trying to go.
Yeah, and I think maybe good horror should also, and on the same, maybe this is the same stream here, thread, that good horror should pull the rug out from under the reader, that illusion of safety, stability, pull that out from under them, and so that the world isn't quite as stable as they think it is, or safe. And yeah, so I mean, I think the book Soul Hostage has a lot of biblical references in it.
Right.
Because not to knock anything, I think the Bible is probably one of the most well-known horror books out there. The Bible is some truly scary things, and that's part of the whole Soul Hostage plays on that a little bit. So.
All right, so I'm going to go to Scott Pearson, and I'm going to have him ask his first question. Go ahead.
No.
Well, my first question for you is along the lines of your character creation. When you're writing your stories, do your characters actually write the stories for you, or do you tell them without any trouble what they need to do and they do it?
Yeah, I really think the characters. I have my ideas. I think I know where things are going, and the characters say, "Whoa, buddy, we're going over here. We're going over there." I mean, my clear idea of how things are going to go get knocked out of whack by the characters, because the characters just kind of draw me by what makes sense for this situation, for them, for their motivations. They take me on uncharted territory. So I thought when I started, I should plot. I thought authors know A, B, C, D where their book's going, and maybe some do, but I sure don't. I I don't know from one page to the next actually where it's going. I write and then I think, does this make sense? Is this the direction I think it should go? And maybe I cut back sometimes, or I just go and see where it takes me. The book I'm writing right now, I need to go back and chop some things. So I think I went off in a direction I don't want to go right now. Because I want the book to be more focused, and where I'm going right now takes off in another tangent. So sometimes I need to pull back from the characters, but most of the time I go with them.
I see. How do you get in the mood for your writing? Do you listen to music when you're writing, or do you put on a TV show in the background or something? What do you do?
Sometimes I'll have the news on in the background. Sometimes I'll have complete silence. Sometimes I'll have my wife screaming at me to do something, and I have to yell, "Hey, I'm working!" But it really varies. I don't have any set ritual, other than, like I said, now I'm trying to do this thing where I put in a 25-minute block and then take a few minutes and then 25 more minutes and force myself, even if I'm kind of in the groove at the end of 25 minutes, I force myself to take a break. So that seems to be working pretty well. But that, as far as anything, always I need to have, I don't know, Zeppelin on in the background, nothing like that. It's just wherever I feel I can write.
All right, Randy D. Rubin, go ahead and ask your first question.
Okay, first thing I'd like to know is there a trope or subgenre that you have not written that you would like to try to write, or conversely, is there a trope that you think has been done to death and wouldn't even bother with it?
Good question. In some ways, I'd like to try to write vampires, to tell you the truth. I'd like to. I know everyone goes off on sparkly vampires and joke, and I didn't particularly like the Twilight series, but I'd like to try maybe something like that. Not quite the Romeo and Juliet of vampires, but I might like to try to put my own spin on that. I'm kind of thinking I'd like also, I think, sometime to write just a straight drama. I don't know. Sometimes I think drama, just a straight drama with elements of realistic horror and just everyday horror might be scary too. Maybe along the lines like American Psycho or something. I don't know. But there's just a lot of I'm open to anything, you know, whatever I think will work for me and that I can get away with.
And my second question is, what are the last 3 horror books you've read?
Oh no.
I stumped you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, because I'm trying to think. I can't even think titles right now. I pass.
All right.
I pass? Can I get a pass?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't even think of anything. No, I'm done.
What is your biggest motivation for continuing to be an author?
My biggest motivation is, I guess I'm self-centered because I really enjoy doing it. I really enjoy creating. I like the feedback, you know, from readers, and that certainly helps. But I think it's selfish now. I can't stop. I'm a writing junkie, I guess. I don't. Now that I've proven to myself that I can do it, there's no reason to stop, and I'm not going to. So.
What is the biggest misconception about the genre of horror that you think people have?
I think most people think it has to be either gory or just totally unbelievable, and I don't think so. I think the scariest horror is the horror that you can believe, that about, I'm going back to evil, but I think that's, we see evil every day in the world, and that's the essence of horror. So I think the biggest misconception is, oh, that's so fake. That it has no real connection to reality. That's the biggest misconception, I think.
All right. So, what have you found to be the biggest influence within your work?
The biggest influence? The biggest influence is what I think is interesting, what I find engaging, and that could be something different today, different tomorrow. But what I think, oh yeah, that's something that's really grabs me, and I can use that and make a good storyline out of that, and hopefully grab readers. And so that's a really vague answer, but I don't have a lot of concrete steps I take. It's just I got a feeling. So.
All right. So I'm going to Scott Pearson next.
Okay. What was your very first exposure to horror? For me, I was 2 years old. It was Peter Lorre, little clip scenes from Beast with Five Fingers that gave me nightmares for 3 years. What was yours?
I remember my mom was always a big fan of horror, and so I got to watch a lot of the cheesy stuff. I remember it was before kindergarten, so it was a movie called Carnival of Souls. It wasn't real horror, but for some reason, that movie just scared the hell out of me. It just
Candace
gave me
Hildegarde.
nightmares.
Great movie.
Yeah, just the pale people, the dead people showing up, just touched me. So I go back to the original Night of the Living Dead. I remember watching that when I was grade school and not being able to sleep, and still can't watch that by myself. So still scared me. So
I saw that when I was 6.
I used to watch a lot of cheesy sci-fi and stuff too, but I remember Carnival of Souls keeping me awake and bothering me for a while.
All right. Now we're going to go over to Randy D. Rubin.
Okay. Let's see. My next question is, out of all the different themes of horror, the man versus monster, or man versus man, or there's a third one, man versus aliens, whatever. Which one do you think is the most prevalent today? I mean, which one would you feel has been done to death?
Oh, See, I thought you were going to ask me which one did I think was the most frightening, and that to me would be man versus man evil. But what do I think has been done to death? I don't know that any of them have been done to death. Nothing to me has been done to death. It just maybe needs some tweaking. Because right now, I think just because I just finished this, is the zombie genre needs some tweaking, and just anything fresh and it's going to evolve. And for a while, the vampires were were everywhere you looked, and I said the zombies were the new vampires. They took over. So I don't know. Maybe I don't think werewolves. I don't think there's enough you can do with that. I don't know. Like I said, go back to your question. I don't think anything's been overdone. So it just needs a new, a fresh look.
Okay.
All right. Randy, do you have any other questions for our guest?
Well, I could go on all night. What's your favorite band or rock band, or what kind of music do you like to listen to?
Randy,
classic rock.
Classic rock.
I spent a couple of years as a copywriter at a rock station in Santa Rosa, and a lot of wasted hours in college listening to Zeppelin and let's see who else, Scorpions. Luckily, when I was in Korea, The Scorpions came over, which was a surprise, and they did their symphony accompanying them, and that was incredible to hear Scorpions music, but by a symphony playing it. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, Jethro Tull did the same thing. They had
Oh yeah.
they had a symphony performing all of Jethro Tull's greatest hits.
Yeah, Tull with
That's my
But,
favorite.
yeah, you can almost hear that aqualung. You can hear that symphony anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
We are getting to that point now where we are going to ask our guest to let people know where they can find his works. Go ahead.
Well, my books can be found on Amazon and anywhere around on the internet. Take a look. I'm the author of Soul Hostage and Most Uncommon Cold series. And my newest book is Near Death, which will be out June 30th. So look for it on Kindle.
All right, very exciting. We're going to get a bumper from you. So you're going to say your name, the name of either a .com or your latest work that is out, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio.
Okay. Hi, this is Jeff Latorno, the author of the Most Uncommon Cold series. I'm here on Zombiepalooza Radio because this is where the cool people are.
Thank you. All right, and you are a cool kid. Yeah, definitely.
I think so.
Who's your biggest supporter?
My wife has to be, because she lets me get away with doing this and being distracted and saying, "Shut up, I'm trying to write," things like that, without stabbing me or anything. So,
I stab you.
And she's right there. On that picture.
Psycho.
That's awesome. I know, right? All right, so we are going to have this time now to get the staff to say their final comments to you and their goodbyes.
Jeffrey, it's been a blast talking to you, and I got a quickie for you.
Okay.
Horror, when you're first exposed to it, always leaves a
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You clicked out there.
You're breaking up on me. Come back to us.
Scott, I think. Scott, you have too many pages open?
It was two of them from George Romero. The Nightmare.
Scott, I think you have too many pages open because your clip just went gone.
Okay, that's interesting because.
Well, thank you for that question.
The question. Shoot. Oh well, I'll talk to you next time, Jeff. It's been a great having you on the show.
Okay.
All right, Randy D. Rubin, go ahead. You're up.
Yeah, I wanted to say thanks too, and glad I got to get to know you a little better in this hour on Zombiepalooza Radio.
Thanks.
We are concluding our interview with Jeff Latorno, and go ahead and check out his works on Amazon.com and anywhere books are sold. Thank you very much, Jeff. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Take care, Jackie.
Yes, you
Bye-bye.
too. Bye. All right. Go ahead and release from the call. Up at the top. Click on the. There you go. All right. We are going to take a short break and see if there's anything that we need to do technically to be able to keep everything going the way it needs to. I'm going to change over and get my boards going, and we're going to put in. We're just going to put in Demon and hope there's no swears in this one because I don't know if there is. Oh, and before we go to break, I do want to mention, please go over to Spaced Out Radio on Facebook and like and share that page because we are now affiliated with Spaced Out Radio and very excited to be. Dave Scott is the creator, owner, major CEO, big guy over there. Go and tell him we said hey. And I would appreciate that very much. Also, down in the bottom, if you're listening to the show live right now, please like and share our Facebook page, Zombiepalooza Radio Live. And if you're listening later on, because I know many of our listeners like to listen during the day, go ahead and please like and share that button. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
is Scott Pearson. When I'm not writing zombified song lyrics, I'm working with Jackie Chan, Dead William on Zombiepalooza Radio every Friday night from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern on live stream at Zombiepalooza Radio. Bring your zombie on.
Hello, my name is Randy D. Rubin, and you can find me at www.dreadmere, spelled DREADMERE.com. That's my place. And I'm thrilled to death to be a part of Zombiepalooza Radio. Thank you so much.
This is Paul Mannering, author of Tank Bread 3 Deadland, and you're listening to Zombiepalooza.
Alrighty. This is Shayna Festa, the Bookie Monster and the author of Time of Death Induction. You're listening to ZombiePaloozaRadio.com, the only place to be on Friday night.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Mannering, author of the Tank Bread series of novels. I'm here at Zombiepalooza Radio with my little friend Susie to talk to you about one of the greatest dangers facing Americans today. Say, Susie, do you know what the greatest threat to an American's safety is?
Gee willikers. Is it zombies, Mr. Mannering?
That's right, Susie. Zombies. And say, there's one coming towards us now. Susie, what should the girls and boys listening to Zombiepalooza Radio do if they see a zombie?
Mother head.
That's right, Susie. You go right ahead and blow that head off.
This is how we fucking fight.
My name is Sephra Jerome, and my new book, Experiments in Terror, will be out from Sam Hain Books, samhainhorrorpublishing.com. You can also find it on amazon.com. That'll be in a couple months. It'll be out. And Zombiepalooza Radio is absolutely madness, and I love the squirrel. Don't get too drunk now.
I'll try not to.
Now I want to take that squirrel home.
It looks like they left me in charge. Okay, not in charge, but they left me alone in the studio. It's crunchy. Let's get ready to... Let's get ready to... I'm not playing with the buttons here. Playing jokes on Dead Door. Counting all my nut bags. Dealing with my 100 children for my crazy nut life. I'm listening to Zombiepalooza Radio. You can listen to Zombiepalooza Radio every Friday night on livestream.com/Zombiepalooza Radio.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
I'm not Barbara. And if you're not listening to Zombiepalooza Radio, you have no nuts and you're scared.
The views expressed and opinions given by the individual host and their guests do not necessarily reflect those of CPR Productions, its affiliates, or sponsors. All right, we are live and back with, I believe, hour 4 of Zombiepalooza Radio. On staff, we have with us, sitting in the guest co-host chair, Mr. Randy D. Rubin.
Good Friday. How's everybody doing?
Doing pretty good. How you doing?
Doing fine, doing fine.
Your 4th hour. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm having a blast. This is so much fun.
Woohoo! I need to get some new music. There's a couple of things in there that I need to change up a little bit. But that brings me to Scott Pearson. He's ahead of all things green on Zombiepalooza Radio and an awesome job in, I know you're there. I see you. In research. Go ahead, Scott Pearson.
I'm here, and the cat is destroying the place. Sorry about that. Welcome to the show, and away we go.
All right, and we are here with our author, who is not just any old horror author. He is with HWA, and he comes to us from John Prescott. That would be Tony Saraka. Oh boy, that's going to give me a Sarakia.
There you go. You got it. Sarakia. Very good.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm going to write that down on my paper here because I'm not going to be able to keep going back and forth like that. All right. So you create, and welcome to the show. You create.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. You create in the horror genre. So I'm kind of sort of interested in what your take is on where horror is going in 2015?
Wow. So I would like to think that we are going away from torture porn and the Saw movies and that type of thing, and going back to just some good healthy scares from not at the gross out level, though there's nothing wrong at the gross out level. But some more, I'd like to see us go back towards the psychological type scare, and if we look at things like I think Insidious and those type of movies, we're sort of moving in that direction.
I enjoy films like that. When it becomes too much over the top, then I mean, after a while you've seen one, you've seen them all. But
Right.
when you have thriller horror, it's suspenseful. It's very much like going to that favorite amusement park and getting on the tallest ride, or experiencing something that you've never experienced before. So perspective. Speaking of experience, perspective is everything. What perspective do you bring to your work as a horror author?
Well, I think the perspective with the project I'm on now with the Harry Strange, I think a lot of the perspective there is actually not in horror per se, but I think it's in the theme of free will versus predestination. So I think horror is the vehicle that I'm using, because I think that's probably the most. I think that the supernatural lends itself to that argument very well. On one side, we have angels, and if you're a believer in God, you have a God, and He has a will that He wants you to follow. But then you also have free will. That if you're a Christian, you believe in the free will, that man was given free will, or people were given free will. So I've been spending the last 3 years or so with Harry exploring that particular notion. Sometimes free will is the better decision. Sometimes it's better to follow someone with a more strategic plan.
Absolutely. And you have a little bit of a different take. Part of the reason why you're on this show this evening is that it's the work that you have here on harrystrange.com, which is also available on iTunes, by the way. www.harrystrange.com as well. Okay, so you have a different take on how you create in this particular piece, and it's based off the Harry Strange radio drama, which is an award-winning, full-cast, pulp-style supernatural thriller. And it's, as you say, a homage to the radio drama of the 30s and 40s. And it's been called a mashup between yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and Constantine, and will keep you entertained with every whiskey-soaked adventure. Harry Strange is a private investigator who knows where to look for things that go bump in the night, and understands that some of those things are looking back at us from the mirror.
Correct, yes.
I got chills just reading that. That's essence true horror.
I think so. I think it is. I think Harry, so there's two parts to this. So there's the radio drama, the Harry Strange radio drama, and then there's the book that's out, which is essentially a collection of our season 1 scripts. So with Harry, there's obviously he works within the supernatural realm, or supernatural world, if you will, and so there's demons and vampires and werewolves and all that type of thing, and but that almost makes it convenient if there's a demon. So I can say, well, I killed that person because the demon made me do it. And one thing that Harry says, and I don't remember if it was in season 1 or not, but which I think is the essence of what I believe, is that, you know what, someone, a demon, whatever, can put that gun in your hand, can pull the trigger back, but you have to be the one to actually pull that trigger. So that's kind of where, we talk a lot about demons and succubi and this, but at the end of the day, it's what is that human doing? What is the mortal person doing? And that's why the monster is not necessarily the thing with the horns and the tail and or the fangs, but it's the person in the mirror, who has to make that decision. Now, that being said, to be sure, there's a lot of mayhem that takes place with unnaturals and humans, because that's the genre. But that's kind of where things are. Harry knows where to look because very often he's looking at the person across the desk from him.
When you catch yourself in maybe a moment of going between just sleep and being awake, and you travel in that little inner dimension there, what kinds of things can we find there?
Wow, lots of creepy things. That's probably where, and I think every creative will tell you this. That's number one. That's the place where you have your best ideas because you don't have a notebook to capture them. So that's one of the things that you find there. Sometimes, actually, a couple of in one of our episodes, we have an elder god. So there is certainly a very Lovecraftian part to this. But at one point there was an elder god who was there. A lot of times my nightmares happen in that twilight area between, like you said, actual sleep and just kind of dozing off there. I'll find myself jerking awake often, where I didn't realize I had fallen asleep. So it's that spot right there where I tend to have the darkest visions.
Do they ever grab you back in?
Not yet. No, I take that back, actually. I did, and I'm sure there's some psychological name or reason for this, but I have, woken up and went, oh, thank God it was just a dream, and then fallen back asleep and been right back in that same story.
All right. Going on to the psychological end of things.
Okay.
Clinical psychologists very often look at people whom are traveling that very, very thin line, and they find that they are some of the most creative people on the planet. It is, as we've been finding out through science recently, that there is a necessary almost bent towards that slightly off kilter that allows for creativity. Talk about that.
That's interesting. That sort of almost plays into the tortured artist mentality. And there was someone forwarded something to me the other day, and I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I don't know. Honestly, I don't feel any more disturbed than anyone else. And most of the horror writers that I've spoken to all seem very well adjusted. That's probably a bias of horror writers. And I know that I've been interviewed a couple times, and one of my first interviews, the person said to me, "Well, you don't seem near as scary as I thought you'd be, or near as creepy as I thought you'd be." And I found that interesting. Not only that she qualified it with "as I thought you would be," clearly there was some creepiness still there, but that she would say that. Now I don't know. Would you say that to a romance writer? Would you say to a romance writer, "You're not near as dashing as I thought you would be"? I think it's horror writers we get that realm, and I think horror writers are more likely to be asked questions about. So how is your mental stability? Have you had the urge to live out any of these things that you've written? Are you in some type of analysis? And I don't think that other genres get asked that same type of question.
They do, though, get asked questions like, why don't you write in something that is more meaningful?
Yes, that's another one. Yes, that's another one that almost any genre writer is going to hear. Why do you write in that? Why don't you write in this type of, why don't you write more literary fiction? My answer is most literary fiction holds me in that it's literary fiction, so I'm looking to take it apart. Genre fiction holds me because it's entertaining, it's a story, it's moving through. I just find it more exhilarating to read genre fiction, and I think that's why I would write it, because genre fiction I think is more an exhilarating process than literary fiction.
Folks are really enjoying Harry's Strange episode. It has won a number of awards.
We have won, I want to say, 6 or 7 awards so far. We've won the one I'm most proud of. We won from the Broadcasters Education Association, which is an arm of the National Association of Broadcasters, and that was we won for outstanding audio drama, and then we also won Best of Festival. So I thought those were both that was a great award. We were really surprised that we won it. And we were happy that we won it as well because, again, going back to the horror thing, in mainstream awards, horror doesn't necessarily get the props that it does. Not a lot of horrors winning Oscars or Academy Awards. So to win this from a very mainstream organization, I think was very nice. And the episode that we won it for, The Blink of an Eye, it has angels and confrontations and staffs that can change time. So it was clearly a solid fantasy episode that we won it for. It wasn't one of our more, not as supernatural type things. So that, I think that said a lot as well.
Putting together a staff is extremely difficult and complicated. They have to be able to play off each other. Sense of timing needs to be amazing, and if it's scripted, it needs to come off sounding as casual conversation.
Correct. So
Do that.
Yes, that you are absolutely right, and we have been very lucky in that the talent team that we've gotten is just incredible. Everyone from Kellen Stennett, who plays Harry, to Parissa Johnson, who plays Lilith, Jason Tyler, who plays Finney. These guys are all actually most of them are professional actors. We are based out of Atlanta, which, as you guys know, is the zombie capital of the world. And so we have a rich talent pool to pull from. So almost everyone in our productions has done some level of acting. We've had actors who are in The Walking Dead. Parissa was in Sleepy Hollow. And these are speaking roles, not necessarily just background roles. So I'm lucky in that. The other thing that I'm lucky with is our process is a very collaborative process. Generally, what happens is I write a script, and then we sit down with a table read. So we have all of the actors in that episode together. We go through, we do a table read, and I get to hear what works and what doesn't work. So that table read is almost like the final beta, the omega beta, I don't know, the final read before we go real. So I get another week with the script to listen to the tapes and make changes based on how the interaction worked with the actors. A lot of times what sounds great and this is for any writing, right? What sounds great in my head doesn't necessarily play well when other people are saying it, or they're not saying it the way I would think they say it.
I had one experience where I was trying to write a little bit of a episode between me and Dead Door, and who's on sabbatical right now, Crunchy, helping a author friend of his, or author and actor friend. And it was based on a Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, like 40s style radio, old-fashioned thing. And it was supposed to be just about 45 seconds long-ish. It took me 2.5 weeks to do for that.
Yes.
And and getting the right voice and all that, and that's basically how Crunchy was born. And Crunchy was supposed to be just about a 5-10 second little interim engineer thing calling for curtain or something, and ended up turning into this character that we now have on show. But to be able to do something that's more than 45 seconds long that has to do with radio, and I'm just in awe of the sense of timing and this compatibility that needs to be there. It's really a beautiful symbiosis that you have here.
Thank you. Yeah, and I really attribute a lot of that to the actors. I mean, they're just so professional, and Jason, who directs a bulk of our episodes, they are just so they're very professional, and they're very willing to to try lines. We had a scene in the last season where it was basically just these two guys. These two homeless guys talking back and forth to each other, and then by the end of the scene, they do something horrible. But it led up to that. So midway through the scene, you're starting to get a feel. I would say a quarter of the way through, you're liking these guys. You're like, oh, they're like the two Muppets, the two old Muppets that talk to each other. And then as the scene progresses, you start thinking, oh, this is going sideways quickly. But Jason had the actors do that. It's probably a 2.5-minute scene, and he probably had them go through 45 minutes of run-throughs with it just to get the feel that he liked. And that episode has not aired yet. So when that airs, I think everybody's gonna think, wow, you guys must have knocked that out in one take, and we really didn't. But the actors make each take sound like it's the first take. So there's a lot of that.
How long are each episode?
The final episodes run about 30 minutes. We have an hour-long episode at the beginning and the end of each season. We're very much structured like TV. Now, to record that, a 30-minute episode will probably take about 2.5 hours to record, and that's assuming all of the actors are here, because we do have some remote actors who send their lines in. But it's about 2.5 hours of recording and retakes and redos. And a lot of times, and this is one of the things about the book, is that, it's I'm sorry?
Show it.
Oh, show the book? Sure.
Yeah,
so here's the book. There it is.
Lovely.
400 pages of our season 1. And so a lot of the lines are the lines that were the original lines on the final recording script. However, many times while we're recording, we go, hey, this might sound better. So we're still making changes often in the recording room, which is why I say the show is really structured more like a TV show than a novel, whereas we have some extra play, and then we get another chance when we're editing to recut it as well. So, but it's a lot of fun and a lot of work. Just if anyone's thinking about doing this, it's a lot of work per episode to get it down. I'm lucky that I have a sound designer who now will take all of the raw data and put it together, and then we listen to that first cut and make our changes from there.
All right, very cool. I'm going to go to Scott Pearson because I know he has questions.
Does he? Okay. Hello, Scott.
First off, I got to compliment you on the contrast behind you there between Wizard of Oz, Episode 3, and Casablanca, the star of the show, Cartman with his cheesy poofs. I gotta love it. Gotta give it to that.
Thank you. Thank you. There's actually the Army of Darkness and Wizard of Oz back here as well. So.
Yeah. In your character development,
okay,
when you're creating characters, do you actually create the characters to where you can interact with them as you're writing, and they write the story for you? I call it method writing. Do you do that?
I do. Yes. The characters almost dictate their story to me sometimes, which is fine. But as a writer, you have to keep control of that, because sometimes the characters want to take the story in a different direction than the outline that you have planned for them. And some little deviations are fine, but you want to make sure that you're still telling a story. You still have a commitment that a story needs to be delivered on such a day, and we don't have time to explore all these little nuances that the character may want to. But it is very method writing. Sometimes my wife will come down here and I'm talking to myself as the different characters. I never do it as well as the characters themselves, as the actors themselves, but I am dialoguing as Harry and Lilith going back and forth.
When you have a particular kind of music you listen to, or do you play TV background for background?
I'm sorry, I lost you there for a second.
I said, when you're writing, do you have particular music that you listen to, or do you like to have the TV news or something playing in the background?
Oh, that's a great question. I actually, depending on what I'm writing, I do have music that goes along with it. If I'm working, our Christmas special, the 2012 Christmas special, took place in 1940. So I had my Sirius radio on the 1940 station. So I was listening to all of that style of music. If I'm writing a particularly dark scene, I will try to find, I think I have a Pandora station that plays a lot of almost slow dirge style music. So I do try to match if it's possible. Sometimes I'm writing on a bus or at a Starbucks, and that's not feasible. But when I can, I do try to have music that backs it up. I also change my screen capture to my screen savers to match what I'm working on. So on my iPad right now, I have a 1937 New York City street scene on there.
All right, very cool. All right, we're going to go over to Randy D. Rubin. Go ahead and ask your first question.
Hi, how you doing this evening? My first question has to do with the way that you write. Is there like a certain ambiance or like feng shui or certain ritual that you go through when you start writing?
I try to, since I do a lot of writing on different iDevices, I try to shut everything else down so that I just have Word open or Final Draft or Celtic, whatever tool I'm writing in. That should be the only thing I try to keep open. Except I'm I guess that's pretty much the only ritual that I have. You know, if I have the opportunity to put music on, I'll do that. But I don't have like a lucky sock or anything like that I have to wear while I'm writing. I think that I think you have to, like everything else, you have to treat writing like your job. So I don't, when I go to my day job, I don't have a ritual there that I have to follow. So I treat writing the same way.
Okay. My second question, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Jackie's looking right at me. My second question has to do with your favorite kinds of music. What kind of music do you enjoy?
Wow, I'm all over the board on that as well. Lately, probably the last couple of years, I've kind of grown fond of country music, American country music. I've always kind of liked Johnny Cash and that stuff, but recently I've really been listening to the stories, and I would almost recommend the balladness of country music lends itself to writing, and so there's so many lessons that you can pick up, not necessarily thematic lessons, but delivery lessons. Country songwriters are very good at telling a full-fledged story in 3 minutes. They have cut everything out of that story except what is critical, what you absolutely need to know. So I would almost recommend, I wish I knew the writers of some of the songs. I mean, I know the artists, but I would recommend, listening to, country music, whatever your feelings of the stories are, isn't near as critical as seeing the way they tell that story.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. All right. Talk to us about the Horror Writers Association.
HWA is a group that I joined about a year ago with the publication of my first short story. And I haven't been as active in it as I would like. I did go to the Horror Writers Association convention, World Horror Convention, I'm sorry, was here in Atlanta a month ago. So I did go to that, and that was a great way to network with other writers. I met Joe McKinney, who I've been a fan of for years. I met with Charlene Harris. I talked to her for about 15 minutes, which was really cool. Christopher Golden was there, who I know more from his Sons of Anarchy work than from his horror stuff. But it was great to meet all these people. And I went in there, and this kind of goes back, Jackie, here to the first thing when we were kind of talking about, psychological. And the thing I was amazed with is, like, these are all really well-balanced people. None of them, there was a lot of tattoos and a lot of black people wearing black, but they were all there was no fright, no fear there that one of these people was liable to snap and become one of the characters in the story. The other thing is, with HWA, that's a wonderful thing is there's local regions. I'm on the Southeast region, so if you're in Georgia, South Carolina, or North Carolina, reach out to me and we can talk about you becoming a member. But we have mentor groups. There's mentors process where you can be matched up with a writer further along in their career than you are, and they will be, they're willing to sit and give you feedback. Obviously, they're not going to write the paper for you, but they're going to give you feedback and that type of things on the work, and that's invaluable. I mean, just in some of the meetings, in some of the sessions that I've had here, and then with some of the folks from other writing organizations, just sometimes a minute or two with these guys and gals is all you need to solve that problem in the story. The other thing is your motivation level after you attend the HWA meetings is through the roof. You've met all these writers and you're like, they can do it, I can do it, and my output increased dramatically after the convention here in Atlanta. So if you want to join, you don't have to be an A-lister. I'm certainly not an A-lister. I'm not even a B-lister. There are different levels that you can join at. If you join as an A-lister or if you meet the sales requirements, you can join as a full member, which gives you voting privileges. All the other memberships are basically the same. You have access to the same things that the full members do. You have access to the mentor program, marketing, the grievance committee, did I say markets? The markets, if I said it twice, it's always good to hear more markets. So you have access to all of that. The only difference is between those the 4 different levels is only the top level can vote and hold office. So I am at the second tier, the associate level, I think it's an associate level. So it's, I have the same access everyone else does. And, the nice thing is, when there were a lot of editors at HWA. So when they see you're a member of a professional organization, they know you're taking your job as a writer seriously. Because you are, if this is your commitment, then you are committing to a job. Your job is to sit your butt in a chair and deliver words. It's not when you're inspired you want to do it. So joining a professional club, a professional association goes a long way to proving to people that you're serious about your art.
What are 3 integral parts to the horror genre that must be adhered to?
Wow. Okay. So the 3 integral parts. I think the first part is you have to have a story that's interesting. And this is one of the reasons why I would rather go see an Insidious than one of the torture porn movies, because you know what, I know pretty much how the other movies are going to go. I don't always know how the Insidious is, or and I just keep going back to it because I think I just saw that one a couple nights ago. I don't necessarily know how how these other stories are going to go. So you got to have a story, you got to have characters, which I think that's the main thing in all writing, right? Story, characters, and then the third thing is what makes the difference. Is how am I scaring you? How am I? Because I'm horror, so I've made a promise to the reader. At some point, they're going to be scared. They're either going to be terrified, or they're going to, if I count it as a win, if I can just make you leave a light on at the end of the day that you would have normally left on before you go to bed, that's a win to me. Or if you go, well, that was scary, but I'm not, I'm good. And then you send me an email and you go, this character is really creepy. It's you, and I love that because one of the characters in our book, Mr. K, he's probably the most disturbing character in the series, and yet the way he delivers his lines is everything to him is funny. So oh, children got killed. That's a great funny thing that happens. But the way he goes through it is that the person who told me, who sent me the email, said it disturbs me that Mr. K makes me laugh with him, along with the horrible things that are happening. So to me, that's horror, right? I have taken your baseline, right? You would never find this particular event funny in any way, shape, or form, but I have made you laugh at a horrible thing through this character. So that to me is another one, because you're feeling horrible about that. Does that make sense?
Speaking of that
Okay.
particular topic, we are going to move on to the importance, and this may be a little redundant,
Okay.
of melancholy humor.
Oh, yeah. Melancholy, one of the things that we have always had in Harry is a very gallows humor type of thing. Part of that is because of the genre, right? Because if you listen to the old 30s and 40s radio shows, the narrator, the private detective, the cop, whoever was telling a story, was always just too cool to really be scared. He was just, and he would just laugh everything off. So Harry, and I mean, it's certainly the same way, and a lot of our episodes really play into that gallows humor. There's a line coming up, and this goes back to one of the other questions where when the characters take over. There's a line coming up where Harry says to a character, "Oh, like you never had a dead guy on top of you." And the character replies, "Yeah, but I was young and he said he loved me." And Harry just kind of looks at him and says, "What?" And the guy goes, "Oh, never mind, forget it." So I mean, we definitely worked that kind of dark humor into it. And I think that's important because, scaring and humor, they almost go hand in hand, I think. We don't want to take ourselves too seriously with what we're doing. I mean, we're talking about werewolves and demons, so let's have some fun with this.
I know that Scott is enjoying this interview. I can tell. So go ahead, Scott.
Oh man, I've got to take my hat off to you. You're my favorite segment so far tonight.
Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely. What was your very first exposure to the genre of horror? What got you addicted? For me, when I was 2 years old, I was seeing snippets of The Beast with Five Fingers and Peter Lorre, and that floating hand that I had wonderful dreams about for the next 2 years.
Sure, the crawling eye. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, you're gonna laugh because the first time I thought of horror as a legitimate field, I guess, I was reading, or I was being read, Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol, and in my mind, never mind that, oh, it's a great message and all that, it was, holy poop, you could have ghosts at Christmas. This is great. You could tell any story you want with horror. So that was my first real exposure to it, because I was young enough that the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come terrified me. So that was probably one of my favorite horror events. Then after that, it was probably Creature Features, where they would show the crawling eye, and the Creature Features, the weekly show with the hand that would come up out of the blood, the animated hand would come out of the blood. And then it was Creature Features. There was just so many movies in there. All the Hammer films, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, those guys. It was all of that. I think the final nail in the coffin, if you will, was probably The Exorcist, because that and The Omen to this day still terrify me. They are just the first Omen, the first movie. Sorry? Oh, I couldn't hear what he said.
The first one I truly laughed at. The third one was good horror. The second one should have been made.
All right, we're moving over to Randy D. Rubin. Or not.
No, I'm here.
Okay, there he is.
Hi. Yeah, The Exorcist was probably the scariest, for me, the scariest movie I've ever seen, and scares me to this day. In the field of horror, are there any of the icons that you If they were alive today, would you use them on your podcast?
As far as you mean actors?
Yeah.
Or
Like Vincent Price
Oh,
or.
I would pay any amount of money to have Vincent Price do a character. What a voice he
I know.
has. Oh my God! Just
Or
yeah,
Boris
absolutely.
Karloff.
Boris Karloff was another one. I mean, they all of those golden age actors were just incredible. And like Vincent Price was a radio actor before he was before he did movies. He actually did The Saint. And you have to hear those early Saint episodes because at that point no one associated creepiness with his voice. So it's very funny hearing that creepy voice being Mr. Suave, and the girls are digging him, and it's interesting. Vincent Price would probably be the first one on my list.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
And contemporary, I'd have to have Patrick Stewart. I think that man his voice is just gold. It's like
who else? Roose Bolton. I don't know, the actor on Game of Thrones. Roose Bolton, Psycho Ramsey's dad. He has a great voice. Tywin, I can't remember the actor's name, also had a great voice. I would grab either of those guys to put them on.
Right.
And then and people are gonna laugh at this. I think Kate Upton has a great voice on that stupid game of whatever the archery game she's advertising everywhere. I think she has will you be my champion? I think she has a great voice. I think she would be a good radio actress as well.
Right. I think he's got something there. All right, Scott, back to you.
Okay. Oh.
Scott's frozen.
All of the horror authors in the Pantheon, who inspired you the most to write?
Okay, so thematically, certainly H.P. Lovecraft is huge. To write, wow, there's so many of them. I would go within the genre, certainly. Right, we all have to give praise to Stephen King, or we can never publish anything ever again. So certainly Stephen King. Certainly, I would even go further back. Arch Obler, who was an old radio writer.
Lights Out.
What's that? Lights Out. Yes, absolutely. One of my favorite writers, and I think he also did stuff on X-1 and a couple others. Oh, Arch Obler, absolutely. And then I guess. I like a lot of the modern guys. I like Russell Davies from Doctor Who. I like kind of like Stephen Moffat for his the Weeping Angels and Doctor Who. I think those are just brilliant that he did those. Charles Dickens certainly. Oh gosh, who else? I mean, that would be my round table of beta readers if I could pick.
What is the best form of marketing you've found so far?
Live shows, word of mouth, telling people, hey, I do a radio drama. People love radio dramas, and I think just because it's such a quaint thing. It's not you're not bombarded with super CGI visuals. The show is all in your head. And I think that's a great marketing, really, that we do radio dramas. I think I like Twitter a lot more than I like Facebook, and I think that's only because people are limited to how much they can say. It's not, and there's no game requests on Twitter as there are on Facebook. So I like that. I've also found that we do live shows, going to conventions, meeting people. That all seems to the personal touch seems to be best. It also works well for me because I don't have really a big whatever is in my checkbook at the time is my marketing budget. So that's where I am there.
I know that feeling. All right. Where can I go? What is one question we haven't asked you that you would like to talk about?
That's a good question. So let's talk about. Give me a second. I'll come up with one here. So Harry originally started life as a 16-year-old girl in a completely different genre, in a completely different format, as a novel. And Harry's character was actually going to be kind of the goofy uncle that would help her. So clearly I was channeling my inner Joss Whedon, and it was going to be kind of a Buffy type story with a Watcher who was Harry, except my Harry was going to be an alcoholic who hurt as often as he helped. Because I like that. I like you don't have the magical character that has all the answers. So that's who that was going to be. But then I kind of got bored with that. Also, I couldn't really relate to writing as a 16-year-old girl. So, and I didn't want to bother interviewing. So I dropped that whole line of process, and we moved to just Harry as a novel. And we're coming full circle because I'm working on a Harry Strange novel now. But novels are extraordinarily more difficult to write than a radio drama. And the reason for that is if I'm writing a novel, I have to, and the door opens, I have to tell you what that door sounds like because that's all part of my atmosphere. When I'm writing a radio script, I just have to write door opens. And we have a sound effect that we'll find that will give you the effect I want. So what I have learned so far is that radio dramas are infinitely easier to write than novels. What I have learned, the second thing I've learned is that once you have written a radio drama, you have a 30-page outline for a novel or for a short story. Or for example, one of our episodes is actually going to be turned into a novel. So I have a 140-page outline already written for a novel, which is really kind of pushing you way further along than you would normally be. So what my takeaway from this is that anything I plan to do in the future, I'm going to write in either novel or screenplay format, even if it's going to be a novel. I'm sorry, radio drama or screenplay format, because that's really a nice, healthy outline. I still back up and start with a step sheet. I kind of know where things are going. In the beginning, with Harry Strange in the first season, I really didn't know where we were going to go if anyone's going to listen. So I didn't care about what rules I made up. I just made them up as I needed them. In the second season, a lot of those rules really tied me down because now I had to follow my own rules.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes.
Quite well. All right, so we're at that time where we need to get you to do any social media
Okay.
stuff and let us have it.
All right, so first off, we have the Harry Strange radio drama, which is on Harry Strange. I'm holding up one of our very swift magnets. People love magnets.
So we can see.
I'm sorry, there it is. Oh, sorry. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so this is another great marketing tool. People get excited when you give them a refrigerator magnet. People go, oh, it's a magnet. So I give a lot of those away. So just point that out. So that's the radio show. That's actually available at harrystrange.com. This is the first season scripts, Harry Strange and the Stones of Solomon. This is 400 pages of whiskey-soaked goodness that's available for you at Amazon or wherever you opt to buy books. And we also have Kindle, and we'll be releasing other versions of that soon. So those are the two things that I have.
And your Twitter?
My Twitter is Tony the Scribe. So follow me out on Twitter. I generally follow back unless you have the word guru or buy 1 million followers in your profile. So generally I'm a pretty good follow backer about that. So Tony the Scribe on Twitter would be the best place.
We are Zombiepalooza 13 on Twitter. So
cool. I do follow you, by the way.
Very much.
I'm
We're going to get over there and look for all that really good stuff. And now I would like the scariest part of all of the interview.
You want me to sing? Oh, okay.
I want you to give me a bumper.
A bumper?
Yeah. You know what a bumper is, right?
I can do a bumper, yeah. I just didn't want to have to sing anything to you. So
Oh.
Sure, okay. Hey, this is Tony Sorokia with the Harry Strange radio drama, and you are listening to Zombiepalooza Radio.
And where can we find, well, on here, what we like to do, and thank you for that one, I'll use that too.
Okay, sure.
We'll have your name, the name of the latest work, or .com.
Okay.
And something about Zombiepalooza Radio.
Something about Zombiepalooza Radio, okay. Okay, I'll try it again, sorry about that. Starting 3, 2, 1. This is Tony Sorokia from the Harry Strange radio drama, harrystrange.com, and you are listening to All Things Wonderful and Zombie at Zombiepalooza Radio.
You left your stuff out again.
No, I did. Did I? I said harrystrange.com. Okay, I'll do it again. You ready? Okay, this is Tony Sarakia from the Harry Strange radio drama, harrystrange.com, and you are listening to All Things Zombie on Zombiepalooza Radio.
And horror, too.
And horror, too. Want to do it again?
I'm going to use that one. There you go. I like that.
Okay.
That was awesome. So,
Great.
I have to ask.
Sure.
Our show is called Zombiepalooza Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not assuming that you knew anything about this show or anything like that. And it's cool if you did, but if you didn't, that's quite understandable. What did you think about being interviewed on a show called Zombiepalooza Radio?
I thought it was pretty cool. I thought that perhaps I wasn't going to be a good fit since I only have one zombie story out there. There are no zombies in Harry Strange. But I thought it was pretty cool. I thought this was a much more thought-provoking interview than what I expected. Some of the questions I had not been asked before, which is refreshing, right? If you go to a lot of different shows and you get a lot of the same questions. So these were very some of the questions were very challenging. So I appreciate that.
Win. That's so much win. All right. What is your zombie book?
It's actually a short story. I don't have it here. It's a short story in an anthology called Fat Zombie. My story is On the Road to Chattanooga, and it asks the question: can a overweight diabetic asthmatic survive the zombie apocalypse?
All right. That's about all the
Okay,
time.
great. Yeah, Fat Zombie is the name of it.
Fat Zombies. That's awesome. All right.
Cool.
Scott Pearson, say your final goodbyes to our guest, please.
It has been awesome having you on here. This has been my favorite hour yet so far.
Well, thank you.
I look forward to the next time you come back.
I'm looking forward to being back. Thank you very much.
And Randy D. Rubin, please.
We enjoyed having you, and thank you. And it was been a fast-paced interview, and it seems like you just got here and you got to leave.
I know. That's what I was thinking. Thank you very much.
I might put him in the hot seat next. You never know who's going to be a guest co-host on radio. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you. Please tell Mr. Prescott that, wow, he did really good. And,
I will. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we got to go into our next break. It's a shorter break than our others. It's only about 10 minutes long. And then we are going to bring on Charlie G. Morgan, and he's going to talk about how he writes in horror. All right, got to go. Thank you so much. We will be talking to you soon, Tony.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
That was awesome.
That was epic awesome.
That was
He's my
definitely.
favorite so far tonight.
All right, we're going to go for a little bit of a short break. Hopefully I won't try to kill my kids during that break, but I got holes in the back. Think about that.
Alrighty then.
My name is Lynn McNamee. I'm the owner of Red Adept Publishing. Our slogan is Unlocking New Worlds, and where you can get quality books at great prices. And I am listening to Zombiepalooza Radio.
Listen down to see when it's rhythm to break free down to see happiness in from the beat. Hear the scream, you see what I mean? Can't you see? You understand? Listen, can't you see when it's rhythm to break free? Can't you see happiness in front of me? Hear the the street, you see what I mean? To see, you stop and stand, the street can't you see? When you drive them to Break Street, can't you see? Happiness in front of me. Maybe the street, you see what I mean? Can't you see? You understand, but you can't see. When you drive them to Break Street, can't you see? Happiness in front of me. Maybe the street, you see what I mean? Can't you see? The suffer stand, the sea, can't you see? When you drive them to Break Street, can't you see? Happiness in front of me. Maybe the street, you see what I mean? Can't you see? Can't you see? You understand, but you can't you see? When you drive them to Break Street, can't you see? Happiness in front of me. Maybe the street, you see what I mean?
Palooza Radio Live.
Alrighty. This is Shayna Festa, the Bookie Monster and the author of Time of Death Induction. You're listening to ZombiePaloozaRadio.com, the only place to be on Friday night.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
This is Tim Markowitz, co-owner and editor-in-chief of Ragnarok Publications. Our mission is to publish the character-driven fantasy stories of highest quality based on dark genre fiction. You can find us online at ragnarokpub.com.
This is Monique Happy. I've been happy to be on Zombiepalooza Radio tonight,
As always, Jackie Chan rocks.
Hi, this is Scott Pearson. When I'm not writing zombified song lyrics, I'm working with Jackie Chan, Dead Door William on Zombiepalooza Radio every Friday night from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern on live stream at Zombiepalooza Radio. Bring your zombie on.
The views expressed and opinions given by the individual host and their guests do not necessarily reflect those of CPR Productions, its affiliates, or sponsors. All right, and we are back with our final hour for Zombiepalooza Radio. And we are going to be with Charles G. Morgan, who's going to talk about how he creates in horror. Why the heck is it ringing like that? It's not. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm getting him on my phone, and I can't take him on my. Power off. You've got to go over to. Why is it going to my phone? Alright, finally I got that turned off. Alright, let's see if we can bring him around again. That was kind of odd. This, folks, is what is known as dead air. We have two breathing people on the thing. Can't we talk about something before we, Why is it not It's not going. I'm not able to. I can hear it, but I can't see him. Why is that? Anybody have a clue as to why he's not coming in? Scott? Is Scott even with us?
Yeah, he's with us.
I know, but he's not.
He's muted.
Why in the... All right, Randy, read a poem right now.
Oh, okay. I will.
I could try and figure out what the shizzle.
Okay. This one is out of my book. It's called About Us. A dark little number. It goes like this. Please, my love, put down the knife. I never meant to tear your life apart like this. I really miss the good old days when you and I were first in love. The years fly by so fast, and then at long last, passion's flame burns down to glowing ember. But as long as you remember, what we've shared as two young lovers didn't die, as you'll discover, if you just put down that knife, my sweet, so we can talk and try to beat this thing that went and scared you so. I'm sure before long you will know how much you really mean to me, how I have loved you totally for all these years, and now my deepest fears are losing you, your heart, your gentle touch. I love you, darling, very much, so please, I'm begging you down on my knees, my love, if you put down that knife, I promise I will tell my wife about us.
Carry on.
Oh, that was the end of it.
Well, then, all right. He is not watching his Facebook, and I need him to pay attention to what's going on over there. And
You want another one?
Figure out not. This is my first rodeo, so I don't know what I'm doing here right now. Normally
right.
play some music or something.
Is he not here?
I don't understand what the problem is. I just I don't. So I'm going to see if I can add him this way. I mean, because everybody else came in the way they were supposed to. So you know what? He's not added in here. He's not on the thing. I guess he never gave me a Gmail or something. Something has obviously gone awry. What are you thinking about this show and all of that kind of thing?
What do I think about it? I love it. I haven't had this much fun in quite a while. And there's some very intelligent people talking.
Try to get individuals to showcase their best work and allow for us to be able to have them in a relaxed kind of atmosphere, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they all seem to be very relaxed and very, comfortable talking, and they all seem very intelligent and like they enjoy being here, and that's a good thing.
Absolutely, that's it's really important to be relaxed at having the conversation, because if you're not there, then it makes it difficult for basically everybody to be able to work with you. And there is no search. I have nothing on that as a Gmail. That, you know why? Because it came out with parentheses around it or some garbage. I can't add him, and therefore I cannot bring him to call, and I do not. I'm stumped. He has a Gmail, unless it's wrong, that he's written it wrong.
Anything's possible. Next time he calls on the phone, ask him what his real one is.
Right. I think this is his real one, but it's just not coming up as a search result. Usually, if you go in and you put the Gmail in, though, because it's attached to the Gmail, it's just not there. I can't bring him, which stinks. But that's the way it seems to be.
Yeah.
Copy. All right, I'm copying and pasting. I'm trying to get him into the search engine for the Google Plus, and when I paste it in there, he's supposed to be on here. Why am I not able to add him to call? I do not understand. Because he is not in my Zombiepalooza radio live. He didn't add me to that, and you need to do that. But no, he's on there. All right, so this is live radio, and this is some of the things that we run into when we have live radio. There is absolutely no explanation as to why I cannot add him, because he's in my circle. Now I'm going to go back over to my page over here, and I'm going to try to add him one more time.
There you go.
The thing I did a while back. The preceding disaster was brought to you by Hindenburg Productions. Anybody got a light?
Ba-dum-bum.
He's not showing up in here. I bet his page is private.
Well,
ouch. Well, while we've got dead airspace, let me go ahead and pop in a plug for Roger Connors and Noel By and their Chill the Killing Games, which is now released on DVD. It's got great special features. I just personally picked up a copy of it today off of eBay, and the link is, as we speak, now on Zombiepalooza Dead Again. Pop over to the Buy It Now. I can guarantee you won't be sorry. Chill the Killing Games.
that's cool. You know, I heard too that they're coming out with another like Walking Dead series called Fear the Walking Dead. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, very unfortunately titled, but I'm actually looking forward to seeing how Kirkman's vision of the beginning of the apocalypse was. I'm wondering where he's going to go with it, because there's rumors that Walking Dead's only going to last a few more seasons. So I'm wondering how far that one can go after, Rick and company is already finished telling their story.
Right.
But it's going to be interesting watching. The one that I'm really excited about, because Walking Dead kind of bummed me out. The last half of season 5 was Marvin Martian standing there saying, "Where was the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom." They built up, who's going to die? Somebody's going to die. Hey, a main character's going to die. Did you know somebody's going to die? Nobody died. Nobody died but Porchdick. And it was just a massive, what happened? So they kind of irked me a little bit on that one, especially after spoiling the mid-season finale. Then
right.
On an event like that was just kind of silly. So the one I'm really watching for is Sci-Fi's Z Nation, because that one has got some serious potential.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Sci-Fi's Defiance started back up tonight.
I heard about that. I'm going to have to watch it on DVR.
Yeah, I love that series. And they had taken I think it was like a 16-month hiatus before, this season starting up, and now it started tonight. Ironically, Orange is the New Black started tonight, or today.
I watched that one. That's out of my genre, but there's another one that Sci-Fi had some time back, and I don't know if it just faded into cancellation obscurity or what, but Helix. I started watching the first season of that some time back and still haven't continued it yet, but that had potential, actually.
Yeah, I think that is coming back. Either that or Netflix bought it, because I remember seeing them talking about another season of that coming out. It's like Gone Girl, I guess that's coming back too, where she's a succubus.
Is that thing where she's a zombie working in an office building or some mess?
No, that's called iZombie. That's over there at the WB or Fox or something like that. But basically the premise of that is she eats the brains of cadavers that die, and when she does, she can tell how they died, and she solves the the murder inquiry. Yeah.
George Romero, we know you're out there. We know you hear us. Save us.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know why it's not working the way it is, and I am really exhausted, beat, and just don't have enough energy to keep fighting with this thing. So I want to thank my staff for being on this evening. Thank you so much for bringing your bits of wisdom and your laughter and your fun personalities. I enjoyed that very much, and so it's time to do that kind of thing. So Scott Pearson, you know what to do.
George Romero, I ain't dead, door, but I'm going to say it myself. You know you're out there. You know we're coming. We're going to get you. We're going to bring you on the show eventually.
Till that time, wherever you may be, good evening, good morning.
Jackie, thanks for having me